Hey, command. Yeah, Linux is just weird, man. Really weird. Oh, they're updating. Do-do-do-do. Oh, why are you not showing up? There you are. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, Cody. Uh, 2504. Yeah, the Windows update worked good, yeah. $25.04. I have it on my laptop. It's working perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I can't remember what that's called now. Hey, Jinx. How much information does a website get about me when I do log in with Google? As much as they ask for ask Google to send you, and as much as they want to take from the website, so it can be nothing and it can be everything. They have to. It has to be so. You have to ask the website. I can't remember what it's called. Just run Windows. Also, there's a font issue here. I also get my furry adult content page get when I log in. Everything. Everything. Why can't I remember what it's called? Yep, your school get notification of your new post, yeah. And I also get notification. Oh, we definitely want this one. I run Vivaldi on my main systems. Yeah, I changed the output. Oh, status bar, there you go. Okay, now I want... Oh, fuck, I hate this. That's the one I want. No, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it will only be as long as I have time. It's because I'm not uploading many videos, so... NixOS, oh, good luck. I have way too many videos I need to edit and upload, to be honest. Live streaming is just easier. Oh! Yeah, vacation is always nice. Search. Google. 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 Dash wheel. That's where Sean Ryan is existing, if I'm not mistaken. The podcaster. I think I've heard about it, yeah. Yeah, I've reacted to some of his videos, yeah. I think I've reacted to a few of them. Oh shit, sorry. I just hit my microphone. Screen on time. Yeah, the VTuber, yeah. The good old VTuber. Let's install some software. Oh, we have Bob Ross. What do we have? There we go. I want that one. That one. Snaps are so fast now. Yeah. Bad snaps. Another reason why Linux users are clueless motherfuckers that just need to go outside and touch some grass once in a while. Should I install PowerShell just to fuck people up when I start to record videos from? Yeah, I should. Just to make them angry. Oh yeah, rolling releases is the best. Yeah. Doom. I actually used to use this as a project management tool. Now I just use Notepad. Bloat. Crystal. Weird programming language. Yeah, Rufus is a good tool, yeah. Ubuntu is declining, of course it is. Again, Linux users have no... I'm so fed up with them. Just let them... You know what? Let them do whatever the fuck they want. Let them argue over the leftovers from the rest of the IT community. Let them just do whatever the fuck they want. Then while you're getting laid and you're making money and seeing the world, they can be jealous and argue in the background because they are purists. They are real fuss people. They don't bow for capitalism while they're crying in bed because they don't have your education, your money, your amazing lifestyle. So yeah. Yeah, Sparky, they are weird. They are weird. And you know why they hate Ubuntu? They hate Ubuntu because it's popular. Do we have like a node editor in here somewhere? Let's use that one. Can I do... Oh yeah, I can. Okay, so... Explain to me what makes Ubuntu Microsoft/Google. Explain to me what makes Ubuntu Microsoft/Ubuntu. and I will debug and debug those claims, and I will tell you that SUSE, Red Hat, and other enterprise level and or for-profit companies in Linux do the exact same thing. The only reason they don't like Ubuntu is because it's popular. It's the only reason they hate it. It's not unique anymore. There's too many that use it. They can't go out to their nerd friends and say that they are special little snowflakes. But let me hear what makes Ubuntu MS Google, Microsoft or Google. While I'm sipping on my delicious energy drink so I can wake up. And it don't have to be your what you think. Just tell me what the community is saying. You know, what are the Spurgers of the Linux world saying? They may take telemetry. Let's just misspell that. They may take data. Three, half. They're proprietary software. I need more. Hello, George. I need more. More? No, they're not. No, bloatware is not what. No. Yeah. That's just how crazy Chris Titus Tech is. That's why I should not listen to him. But the bloatware thing, it's like what is bloatware for one person is a feature for another one. So it's kind of like I can't take anyone serious that talks about bloatware. It would be like, why do a car have a cloth compartment? I never put anything in there. It's used as space. Why everyone puts all the fucking paper in there and stuff like that? It's like. Dun, dun. I need some more. Also, this is why I hate Gnome, because this fucking sidebar here. Using Gnome and... Okay, so... Ubuntu... Why the fuck? What's going on? Why am I getting lag? Why the fuck am I getting lag? I had one core just randomly fucking go nuts. We have the snap thingy. Do we? Yeah, what did you say? Ubuntu controls Gnome. Yeah, I had like a random CPU spike. I don't know what happened. Snaps. I know, but the IntelliHide and stuff like that, Jinx is super bad in Gnome. Like, it just works like bullshit. I hate it. I hate it. It's so bad. Unless they, I don't know, they could have fixed it. They could have fixed it. But it used to be super bad. Yeah, it's still super bad. It should pop up now. I'm outside of the window. I'm on my second screen right now. It's still not popping up. Yeah, I'm on my second monitor now. It's not popping up. It just works like shit. Like, it's always worked like shit. I'm sorry to say it. Yeah, I was like out of the VM and over on my second screen. It just snaps are slow. Snaps. Yeah, well, that's the thing here. I have snaps here. George, I have not heard that as an issue. OpenSUSE is the own main desktop that do that. Yeah. Close driver. But yeah, OpenSUSE is like one of the few, besides Arch and Gentoo, they're the only one that give you that much control over the install. Yeah, I don't know why my, I don't know if Windows did something in the background, or if the VMware did something in the background, but I had like a massive CPU spike. It's more likely VMware. What does Ubuntu add? Which is a lot. Yeah, but what does Ubuntu add to I know what, you know, I know what you mean. Like, what do Ubuntu add as an alternative to the distro market? It's not just what does it add to, to Debian, what does it add as a distribution? Well, let's start up here. Basic data. So, do. Okay. They may take data. Well, Red Hat do it, SUSE do it, any corporate or any open source software or any open source organization that deal with corporate software takes data, and any website that has anything to do with FOSS and Linux, they take telemetry, they take data, they take telemetry. So you should hate the places that host your. Well, no, they don't work without telemetry, but let's just imagine that they do, they just don't get any bug fixes then. Because they don't know, they can work without telemetry, but then you don't know what's wrong because people don't tell you what's wrong. But yeah, Heck, every Linux distribution takes telemetry. When you do a sudo apt update, you're sending data to a server that are receiving that data and manipulating that data, sending that data back to you and telling you if there's updates or not. That is data exchange. And in there is your IP address, there is data about your system. So that could be seen as taking manipulating data. Yes, Kubuntu is the same as Ubuntu, just with KDE on it. Yep, you're totally right. So, if you hate Ubuntu for this, you should hate any other Linux distribution for the same reasons. Again, they have proprietary software. So do Red Hat and SUSE. And any other corpo FOSS software and distro. That's how they make money. They sell their solutions, their support, their built software that is being... Because you have to look at it like this. Canonical, Red Hat, and SUSE... Oh, it's SUSE, not with an A. Why the fuck do I fuck that up? Their main business is not Linux. Canonical's business model is not selling Linux. It's using Linux as a delivery platform to sell services. Or server systems. Or solutions for companies. Linux is just a delivery method. It's for lack of better words, you could look at Linux as being the store. So, for a lot of corporations and users, this is what Linux is for Canonical, Red Hat, SUSE. This is what Linux is for them. It's a place where you go in and you add services to. You go in and you add capabilities to if you need it. And that's what you pay for. So they make Linux into being the best platform for their services as they can. There are services you can only get with Red Hat Linux that don't work anywhere else. There are services that only work with SUSE Linux that don't work anywhere else. So again, if you hate Canonical, yes, services make money. If you hate Canonical, yeah, the whole Launchpad thing, I think we've beaten that horse to death many times. We could have a rant about Launchpad. Okay, so we now established that they have proprietary software just like any other corpo Linux distribution. They are not about desktop Linux. Same as Red Hat, SUSE, and other, and most other distro. Okay. Red Hats, they don't even use desktop in their name. I will get into snaps later on. It's in here. Okay, so Red Hat, and we take Fedora under Red Hat here. What are the naming schemes of Fedora's releases? IoT, server, workstation. That's not desktop focused. That's not let's make a great gaming system. Let's make blah blah blah. No. Most Linux distributions, even hobby Linux distributions, are not even desktop Linux focused, because if we take the big corporate Linux distribution away, that 99% of every other Linux distribution is based on, you changing the desktop and an icon or a wallpaper don't make it desktop focused. Then you have to do what Mint does, what Sovian does, what Solus does. You have to build desktop-specific tools. And those are the only three I just mentioned that really do that. That really do it. At least they take Ubuntu and or are independent with source, but they take Ubuntu and they add to Ubuntu. Most distributions are just, Heck, I can make most distribution in under a day. Probably an hour. They take shit away, they add shit to it, they may add a custom repo, and then they theme it, and here's my distribution. Most of the tools they are using, you can build in under a week. They are that simple. If you already are an established developer that are not learning, you could probably do it in a day. They are not like most Linux, let's call them respins for the sake of this argument. Most respins add nothing to the table other than, oh, I like the pre-installed software that comes with it. So I don't have to uninstall and reinstall shit. That's all they do. They don't add much to it. There could be a really good debate that, let's say, 90% of respins have no purpose whatsoever. They are just there because someone thinks they are smart and clever and want to flex their ego, and they can say, hey, because it's so... Here's the thing. The reason why we have so many Linux distributions is because it's easy to make a Linux distribution. Had it been hard, had it meant that you need expertise, had it meant that you need proper fucking development education, we would not have this many distributions. Go back to the 90s, go back to the noughts, the 2000s. We didn't have that many distributions because all of the tools that people have made over the years to help it make easy to make Linux distribution was not around. You had to understand how to uncompress an ISO and make a virtual file system to modify the system, package it all together. Heck, you even probably had to make your own installer. So 90% of Linux distributions just out of the way. Little rant here. Okay. So what do they add over Debian and other distros is special about Ubuntu? Well, they do R&D. They test on hardware that Debian don't do. They work with software vendors, hardware vendors to make sure things works. And they contribute that back to Debian. There are probably things that are working under Debian and are supported under Debian that would not have been supported under Debian if not for Ubuntu. Heck, there are probably hardware and software that would not even be on Linux if it had not been for Ubuntu. They give you an easy, convenient way of getting from 0 to hero. So you have a bare-bone computer, you want to get up and running in a dev environment. Ubuntu does that probably as fast as humanly possible under Linux. Under Debian, you have to fiddle around, think around a little bit to get some up and running. Ubuntu also work with, like I said before, software vendors, hardware vendors. They give back to the community, work with the community to make things better. You may not like what they are doing. You may not like that they're using Gnome over VM or Windows Manager or something like that. But what Ubuntu is trying to do is make the best Linux for most people. Not for you, but for the most people. It's that simple. So they add a lot of, look at it this way. Before Ubuntu came around, I've used Linux for close to 30 years now. Before Ubuntu came around, there was almost no innovation in the Linux world. Almost no innovation. We were stuck. It was the same kind of working distributions with the kind of fucking bullshit desktop environment that was mostly supported by Red Hat back in the day. Red Hat was the biggest contributor to open source before Canonical. But that also meant that Red Hat, a lot of things that were being done to work best on the Red Hat, of course. When Ubuntu came, within 3 or 4 years, it catapulted Linux into what it is today. They helped me. They were one of the first distributions that had not hardware detection, but working proper hardware detection. They were not the first to have plug and play, but they were the first ones where it actually fucking worked. They took a lot of the things Linux missed, and they make it work, or that was in the working, and they make it work. They've become one of the biggest contributors to Gnome after Red Hat. They took over a lot of development for them. I am new to Linux, but I'm starting with Ubuntu because, Ubuntu, like, this is another thing. Ubuntu is the first distribution for most of Linux users nowadays. If that don't tell you how important Ubuntu is to Linux, the Linux world. Had it not been for Ubuntu, most people would not be a Linux user today. They may use other systems. Linux Debian do ship sudo. You just have to not put in a password in the setup. If you actually read what the setup instructions tells you, they tell you they will activate sudo if you don't do if you don't put in a root password. Just the fact that they get people into Linux. The fact that they get people into Linux makes them the most important distro in the world. Yeah, it's the only one you know. Exactly, that alone makes them... Like, for all of the Linux haters, I see all the Linux YouTubers, I see the hate on Ubuntu. I will bet that 99% of them started on Ubuntu. They would not be a Linux user had it not been for Ubuntu. Because for many years, if you were new to Linux and you was not like super technical, there were only Ubuntu. There were only Ubuntu around. Nowadays we are spoiled that we have Mint, we have all of these other things. And they've gotten better than Ubuntu in some cases. So now we have more choice. But back in the day, dude, Ubuntu was special. It's still special to this day. Ubuntu, for the lack of a better word, Ubuntu is probably the community or the company that holds desktop Linux or keep desktop Linux alive. You want to talk gaming? When Valve started to become a little bit serious about gaming under Linux, what was the preferred supported distribution? Ubuntu. They worked with Ubuntu to make sure that Steam worked under Ubuntu. They recommended it as the Linux distribution. Then they got into a spat because they couldn't get their way, and, you know, Valve wants total control because Valve is a proprietary evil company. If you believe in that, by the way. But Valve is not a good company. Valve is not a good company. And Ubuntu did not want to give Valve what they want, so they stopped official support, and then they did the whole Proton thing and stuff like that. Okay, let's go down here. They work with Microsoft, Google, blah, blah, blah. So do... I think you get what I'm coming at here. Red Hat, SUSE, any other corpo Linux or software. Do you think LibreOffice don't work with some Microsoft developers? Do you really think that? Do you think LibreOffice don't have people that are working on making LibreOffice run good on Windows? Of course they do. That's working together to exist in an ecosystem. So, working with proprietary companies, everyone does it. Red Hat is probably the one that's worked the longest with it. Yeah, Ubuntu Unity Remix is not bad, to be honest. This is normal. This is normal behavior. If you want to exist in a world where you want to make money, you have to work with the other people. Basically, look at it like this: if you want to, you know, exist on the playground and not be put in a corner and playing with your own feces or your own feces, you have to play with the other people on the playground, and you have to follow the same rules as the other people on the playground, or you get a timeout. It's just how it is. Let's go down. Well, Gnome they don't control Ubuntu. Red Hat is one of the worst fucking open source companies on earth, by the way. I'm just getting out there and saying it. It's been like that for... Well, anyway. Ubuntu don't control Gnome. Ubuntu has actively been in fights with the GNOME developers because they don't want to give them easy theming and stuff like that. But because Ubuntu do use GNOME, they send a lot of that development back to the GNOME developers, because you have to give back with the GPL. The GNOME developers don't have to put it into GNOME. They don't have to put it into GNOME. Ubuntu can do what they do with the Ubuntu desktop and send the fixes blah 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 back to the open source community. They don't have to put it in there, but they do. They do. So if you think Ubuntu controls GNOME, because there's a lot of Ubuntu code in GNOME, ask the GNOME developers why there's so much Ubuntu code in GNOME. Because they don't have to use it. You just have to send it back. There's no requirement for the project to use your code. You just have to make it available for them if they want to. So if I use your open source GPL software and I modify it, you are not required to use my modifications. I have to make it open and give it to you, so you can use it if you want to. Give it back to you. But you don't have to use it. So if you want to be angry over why GNOME is using so much Ubuntu work, ask the GNOME developers why they're doing it. Yeah, Fedora is bad because it's part of Red Hat. I would kind of say I will not say call it bad, but you are enabling Red Hat. So Fedora is way better than Red Hat as a project and all of that. But you are directly enabling Red Hat because you're basically Red Hat's bitches. You are their testing people. You are their bitches. So snaps, they are forcing it on you. Well, any other Linux distribution that have a default package manager are forcing that package manager on you. Debian is forcing .deb packages on you. You just don't have a problem with it because you like it, but they are. A .rpm package based distribution is forcing .rpm on you. Flatpak center distributions are forcing flat packages on you. Ours is forcing TTC whatever the fuck they're using on you. What? No, what they did with they didn't replace the app commands. They just preferred that you install snap packages. Just like if I go onto Red Hat and I do dnf install VLC, I'm getting an RPM pack. What if I want a flat package? What if I want a snap package? Are they forcing me to a .rpm format? Yes, they are. It's their technology. Snaps are done developed by Canonical. Ubuntu is done developed by Canonical. Of course they're going to force you to use their technology. Every distribution do it. When you install Linux Mint, do you get like a choice of 5,000 different update managers? No, they are forcing the Mint update manager on you. Every distribution is forcing their technology on you. You just don't like snaps, or you don't like Ubuntu, so therefore you hate when they forces snaps on you. Like flat packages used to be heavily sponsored by Red Hat. Imagine what distribution or Red Hat / Fedora, imagine what distribution that had a lot of flat packages before anyone else. Wonder why? You wonder why? Any distribution is forcing their technology on you. Should we be angry at Solus for forcing their store on us? their installation store orders. Why don't you give me the choice between Ubuntu store, or the Gnome store, the KDE Discovery, is it Discovery, and then the Solus store? Why do I have to use Solus? Why are you forcing your technology on me? You really don't have to. I have videos out there showing you how to get rid of snaps in Ubuntu. Heck, I have a video to show you how to remove the whole YAS system from SUSE if you don't want to use that. That's another thing. SUSE is forcing you to use the YAS tool. Where's the outrage over that? And they've been doing it since the 90s, by the way. This thing here is just because they want to have an argument to hate Ubuntu. Because they really don't have any arguments to hate it. So they are finding these little stupid, meaningless arguments to hate Ubuntu. When in reality, they just hate Ubuntu because, it don't make me feel like a snowflake. I'm not unique enough. Everyone is having the same furry outfit as I am. I'm not special anymore, so therefore me hate it. Like, honestly, most Linux Ubuntu use haters are just hating it because it's popular to hate on it. Closed drivers. You get the idea here. So do Red Hat, SUSE, Debian, and any other distro. If you don't know what YAST is, Google it. It's yet another system tool developed by SUSE back in the day before they had OpenSUSE and SUSE in the 90s to help make management of Linux on the corporate world and offer the desktop users more simple. It's actually a super fucking great tool. YAST is the tool you use to install SUSE Linux with also. If you want to run a distribution without any closed source drivers, you have to run a FOSS-approved distribution. And there are probably only like 10 of them. Arch and Linux, they do FOSS, they kinda don't. Because when you want, what graphic card driver do you have? I have NVIDIA. Okay, here, install the proprietary NVIDIA drivers. That is their recommendation. It's not a hard FOSS, but it's still kind of like, Yeah, but if you want to get away from proprietary software, you have to run a FOSS-approved distribution. It's that simple. Yep, some people have blamed Ubuntu because some hardware open source drivers are not available, yeah. What do Ubuntu add? I think we have talked about that one. So let's go into a rant about Launchpad. So let's delete all of this here. Because this is a really good lesson for all you people out there about the open source world. So, Launchpad used to be closed source. They made it closed source back in the day. And the Linux community and the Linux YouTubers collectively lost their fucking testicles in a blender. They were so butthurt that you thought you fucked their fucking firstborn daughter when she turned 18 years old. They were massively, massively angry. No, we're not going to go 99% open source. No, nobody is. They were so angry. Massively angry. So, what did Canonical do? They were like, why are you guys angry? Well, we want to be able to fork it and use it and contribute back to the project and all those nice things they say they want to do. Take a sip of your beverage right now. So, changing something from proprietary to open source is not easy. Because you may use licensed software that you have to either rewrite or relicense or find alternatives for. You have to use other technologies that is GPL compliant in your software. But they spent the money, They did the work. I think it took them 6 months or something like that to refactor to open source or GPL. You know what the community did? They made a lot of videos saying, yay, we won, we got it open sourced, and then they did nothing with it. Nothing. The main contributor to Launchpad is Ubuntu, not the community. If they even have ever contributed to it. Maybe one had done something here and there. Was it like 4 years ago? I was watching a podcast with someone that worked from Ubuntu, and they said there was one other instance, one other instance of Launchpad running in the world. One. That was one person had forked it. One. So Canonical has spent 6 months, again, I think it was 6 months, 6 months of work. So that's employee salary. And X amount of money to make Launchpad open source. Yeah, that's the dude, Cody. And the Linux community did nothing. And this is why the Step Store is closed today. Because they know that the Linux community is 99% talk and 1% action. They want, they demand, they bitch, they moan, they do nothing. A recent example, NVIDIA became open source, a part of the NVIDIA drivers became open source. Everyone was fucking swinging their dicks in the wind and coming on each other's faces and smearing their fucking cum all over their bodies. Enjoy. Because now everyone is going to move over to gaming on Linux. Never happened. Now we can take that technology and make better open source driver. Never happened. Now the community could give back to NVIDIA and stuff like that. When I mean the community, I mean the desktop Linux community. Never happened. Never fucking happened. Well, if the games that you play works under Linux, because I would say most games don't work under Linux. And you also have to remember one thing. What Valve is doing with Proton. So Valve makes sure that the games work on the Steam Deck first. They don't give a fuck about desktop Linux. Even with their console coming out, that's not a computer. It's a gaming console. So as long as the games on the Proton works under the Steam Deck and they're maybe releasing a console, that's all they care about. If it then happens to be great for you as a desktop user, that's just an added bonus and amazing and great and, just more options, of course. But Valve don't give a fuck about gaming on desktop Linux. I'm back. Yeah, I think my network crashed. Yeah, I think my network crashed. Okay, so yeah, I have network issues. I fucking hate my network provider. So apparently my router is up and running again. Just give me 1 second to test it out. Am I still up? Oh, the joy of fucking weird internet. Yeah, I think I'm streaming from my phone now. I'm using my phone as a hotspot. Yeah, Church of Linux. Yeah. But I'm glad I don't have to fucking restart the whole thingy. Did you install NixOS? Yeah, so right now, I think I still have issues with my I do still have issues with my router or my cable net, because it's fluctuating between my mobile phone and my Ethernet. I have to leave the GUI and configure it. I have to check the down, yeah. Because for some fucking weird reason, the area I live in, we sometimes have internet problems with the provider I have. But luckily enough, the bitrate that I'm streaming with is super low, so... Yeah, because I have a Nexus hub and I keep losing connections, and that's typically when I have issues with the internet. No. They are using some this is the thing. They're using some weird ass cheapo router. It's been working for a few years now, but it's not the router's issue. It's so I live close to a cable box that has so much noise in it, they don't know why. And they try to fix it for years now. And the issue is that we only have, like, the choice of really one provider. All the rest is just bad. So yeah, it seems to be up now, but I will keep. So right now I'm tethering my Ethernet, so on my internet. So when I'm using both Wi-Fi and I'm using Ethernet, and I think so the Wi-Fi is going over to my phone, and then using my my phone provider, and my Ethernet, of course, is using my ISP. So when one of them cuts out, the other one takes over, basically. That's the good thing. Do Linux do that quite well? Is Linux good at switching? No, Cody. It's the problem lies in the reliability of the service provider. So we have a little bit of an American situation here. We really only have one service provider that's owned by the state. And we have one private, maybe. But all the cables are owned by the state, more or less. And then everyone else just rent space there. And most companies are not in charge of upgrading the infrastructure that's on the government or government-owned companies. So that means that if, let's say, new cables has to be put down, that has to be on a council level or city level or government level, that they have to get approved for it, or they have to pay them to update. It's a fucking mess. And it used to happen every fucking time I stream. This is the first time in like a year this has happened, so... But it seems like we're up and running now, so it could just have been... We had one time where someone switched a wrong switch in a server. It does is awesome, yeah. Okay, so peeps, I'm trying to test something and let me know if this goes wrong or not. Fuck it, my server is not even up. My Wi-Fi is not even up there. Oh, there it is. Let me try and connect to my... Am I still live? Okay, so... Yep, and my phone is up. We are still alive. It lives! This is why it's good to have an iPhone, because it's so easy to tether your connections together with each other. No, I'm on Windows. I'm on Windows. I have had issues where Windows was it a few years ago. It fucked up with the Wi-Fi just randomly crashed on, or not Wi-Fi, the Ethernet connection. Well, that was because I had a bad Ethernet driver on it. How safe is it to share your spec on the internet? It's like saying how safe is it to share how many horsepower my car has. Go nuts. We were talking about the Steam Deck. So a lot of Linux users, they will tell you and me that this is meant as a desktop replacement and blah, 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 and it's getting people into desktop Linux. And it probably have gotten 1 or 2 people into desktop Linux. But can you tell me somewhere here where they mentioned the docking capabilities? Or that it can be used as a computer instead of a gaming console? This is the official site. Where does they make a massive fuss? Oh, SteamOS takes a lot of fucking telemetry, dude. Well, like, the Steam software takes a lot of telemetry. But where here does it says anything about it? Well, there's the docking station here. But the people just say, oh, so I can play on my, This is the world we live in with Linux users, dude. You want to know how much data Steam takes, the Steam software takes, even on Linux? Here you fucking go! Behold, the data collection! OS version. Let's see how many people are gaming on... Linux gaming is of March of this year is 2.33%. It's up 0.88% from I don't know which. The biggest one is Arch Linux, Linux Mint, Ubuntu Core, Ubuntu 24, Manjaro, Endeavour OS, and Debian. So what we can gather from this is that if you want to game on Linux, most of those people are probably doing it under Arch Linux. And it's 0.23%. So Jinx, my amazingly cat-friendly friend, you installing Nix OS, you are not even in the fucking charts, man. Ubuntu is kinda low, though. But Mint is only 0.02% ahead. And if you combine Ubuntu Core with LTS, they are 20%. So Ubuntu technically is... Well, Mint is Ubuntu. Mint is Ubuntu. So Ubuntu is 32%. You will be the 0.01%, yeah, but you will be the 100% in our hearts. So yeah, if we, if we go the way of what is actually really true here, that Mint is just a modified version of Ubuntu, which this really is, just heavily modified, but it's a modified version of Ubuntu. Mint is 12%, Ubuntu Core is 10%, Ubuntu plain Ubuntu LTS is 10%. That's 32%. If we take Arch Linux and Endeavour OS, we go up to not even 3%. Oh, sorry, not even 30%. Or 0.30%. So, yeah. Oh yeah, SteamOS could be the Arch Linux thingy. Yeah, you're right. It could be, yeah. It also have an asterisk. What does that mean? Right, you're not telling me what the asterisk is about. Intel is still winning over AMD for some fucking weird reason. Nvidia is still the most popular use base. 6 cores is the most used. Why is this so hard to read? Dude, this is wrong, or this is only 4%. MacBook Pro is 40 something percent. I don't know. This is a hard fucking thing to read. Can I click on it? This is Wi-Fi headsets. Oh, I think MacBook Air is the biggest one. I don't know. No, it's the font. It's the font that's it's the font that's a little bit weird for that one. Oh, it's MacBook Pro. Must be MacBook Pro, I guess. Hey, Scooby. No, should not use Steam. No. What is Nix OS used? It's more of a research and development distro. It's not really meant to be run as a either in production or on your own, like physical desktop. It's a philosophy of doing package management and distribution management. Well, not even for developers, so not even say that. Oh, 8 gig is still the most used VRAM. 12 is the second. 1080p is still the the biggest one, with 1440p the second. So So yeah, you want to know how much details Linux Steam takes? Here you go, buddy. Oh, the M1 is still the most used one? Yeah, if you want to avoid Steam, go with GOG. Yep. You can use NixOS as a lot of things, but it's mostly... I think it was originally developed by a university in, like, Holland or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere. Yeah, most gamers don't have cutting edge hardware, yeah. Dutch, there you go, Dutch. Let's look at the Linux-only camp. Oh, they actually have most popular. Oh, my dick is swinging in the wind. Yes. I don't know why this makes me so happy, but it basically just clarifies what I've been saying the whole time. The biggest Linux OS for gaming is SteamOS. It's SteamOS. Who would have known? Oh, so the Flatpak one time is the third one, I guess. And this just shows you what I've been trying to say. I hate being right, but first of all, this shows you that the Steam Deck is not making people run gaming on the desktop Linux. It also shows you that desktop Linux is almost non-existent. The only reason why we have a massive or we have a somewhat market share is because of the Steam Deck. Where are all those Linux YouTubers that are celebrating gaming under Linux now? Did I fucking lose connection again? No. Okay, I'm just paranoid. I need someone to come and hug me and tell me everything will be okay. But anyway, SteamOS. SteamOS is the reason why we kind of have gaming on the Linux. That also means that that's what they're putting their fucking effort into. Hey, thanks, Scooby. Can you explain the history of the condescending attitude of many Arch users? Are you Sprinter's Arch? Yeah, dude. I will go into Notepad in a second. Let's finish this here and I will get back to you in like a minute or so. Like, come on, people. Most Linux gamers don't even fucking game on desktop Linux. I'm saying it again. Most Linux gamers don't even game on fucking desktop Linux. Debian is actually up there with 2.33%, and NixOS is not even here. So the others is all the other independent distributions put into one file called others that then makes all this up. So NixOS is in there. All the ones you don't see up there is in the other category. So Solus is in there. Sovian. Yeah, you pick. Gentoo is in there. Most Linux gamers don't even fucking game on the desktop Linux. Who would have thought that this fat fucking idiot from Denmark actually are right sometimes? Why this? This is what you ask about, right? Like, why do they do this? I don't. Honestly, my thought about any Linux distribution is this simple. I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. What I do care about how crazy the Linux community is, because it's super entertaining to me that that this batshit crazy. But I honestly don't care what is the most popular Linux distribution. Anything that has to do with FOSS and Linux, I don't care why, how. I think it's interesting to talk about, but I don't like sleepless at night thinking about why the fuck are people using Arch or Nix. I honestly don't care. I honestly don't give a fuck. The same with Android versions or forks they are off. I don't give a fuck. They are not big enough to matter on my radar of things that matters in life. I will give a fuck if I get a job I have to work with it. But I don't. So for me it's just I give a fuck when I live streaming, I give a fuck when I make videos. Other than that, I don't think about Linux. It's that meaningless. Okay, so why I use Arch, by the way. So this is why Arch is hard, bro. Arch used to be regarded as one of the hardest distributions to install. So you will typically get into Linux with Debian, Ubuntu, or Solus, Mint, Zovian, some easy to install Linux distribution. And then you will like, you have not earned your rights to be called a Linux user unless you sacrifice your firstborn and you let's test the code and install Arch Linux. And you have to do it the Arch way, by the way. You don't have to. These like Endeavor OS's, Easy Arch. No. You have to do it the Arch way. If you manage to install Arch Linux, which a lot of people can't fucking do, and I will get into why that is, you are now kinda regarded as an Übermensch. You're past your deeds. You're taking the manhood path, the Linux path, the womanhood path, the furry paths, whatever you will call it. And that's why they then look down on people that don't use Arch, because, oh, you have to do more work, it breaks more often, you have to... Arch Linux is no more difficult to maintain or install than any other Linux distribution, if you can, as Sparky say, manage to read and comprehend plain old English speech. That's it. The biggest difficulty for Arch Linux is your inability to read and understand an instruction. It's that fucking simple. Because the Arch documentation is so fucking good. And thank you again, and thank you for agreeing with me. It's that good. If you can't read and understand this, yes, Arch Linux is hard. Because you need, not only do you need to know plain English, you also need to understand technical English. And there's a massive fucking difference between technical English and just, hello, my friend, can I get a beer? And stuff, like just come and speak. But all Arch Linux is teaching you, is how a Linux installer is working. It don't teach you anything about Linux. It don't teach you how to become a better admin. It don't teach you how to become a better security person. All it teaches you is how the ubiquity installer work, how the Calimouse installer work. Estic from Easy Archer, he makes a script to auto-install Arch. I have made scripts to auto-install Arch Linux. Welcome to the floor, Jinx. You're one of us again. By the way, Lamer, I'm super angry at you for not welcoming Jinx into the mod team. I need to spank you and demote you. But, if you can't read and understand English, yeah, I can see how this is difficult. But if you follow the fucking instructions, and you know just a little bit about computers, it's the most easiest thing to do. It just takes more time. And you have more control over what's getting installed. So that's the next thing. You need to know what you want. Like, you need to know what a desktop manager is, what a Windows manager is. But they explain this in here. They explain it. General recommendations. How they explain it. Yeah, systemctl is your friend. Yeah. But because there is this like barrier to entry, like anything else, a lot of people will use this as a I am better than you scenario. You know, like a look at me, I did this thing. Look at me, blah 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 blah. You don't even need dedication. I'm not joking here. You can install Arch Linux in under 30 minutes. I think I did a speed run of it one time. I think I installed Arch Linux in like 10 minutes or something like that. If you've done it enough, and you know what bullshit you don't need, you can do it super fucking fast, man. It's your low-level hate friend. Yeah, yeah. Arch Linux, but... Okay, so... I'm going to say something that sounds super bad and super arrogant. Or could sound super arrogant. But... how to become super good at the YouTube game for Linux. I've been involved with the Linux community on YouTube ever since YouTube came out. So that would be, I think it was 2020. When did YouTube come out? 2024? Or 24? 2004, sorry. Hello, hi Cody. Thanks, Lamer. You don't have to send anything, Lamer. But yeah, take good care of her. Yeah, it did came out before Truth. Yeah, I can't remember when YouTube came out. We could Google it, but let's Google it. 2005. So a year after World of Warcraft. So I've been following Linux on YouTube ever since 2005. All the big ones do this. This is the formula. Oh, yeah, your $1 a month is way enough. Way enough, and you've been a member for so long that you have a lot of freebies, man. This is this here, my friends, is how to get popular as a Linux YouTuber. Why can't I alt-tab? Oh, there's a limiting. You have to make content that is simple enough for the majority of Linux users to understand it, but not harder than most Linux users know, and not too hard to lose them. So that means that you just have to be 10% better or 5% better or more understanding of Linux than any other, or not any other, than 90% of the Linux users. So that means like distribution reviews, talking a little bit about the kernel, talking about the freedom, the politics, those kind of things, is something that the vast majority of Linux users can agree with. So that would be TTT, DistroTube, easily digestible, they make content for the majority. It's not too difficult, it's not too technical. But it's also not, they're also telling the things they don't already know. So you have to know what is the kind of like the average intelligence of the average, or the average knowledge of the average Linux user. Then you make content that is a little bit more knowledgeable than that. That's how you become popular. You take a Linux distribution and you may dive into what is the difference between this kernel release versus the other one. Or what is the new thing in this Gnome release versus the other one. That everyone can fucking figure out if they want to read a release note. But most won't do that. Then if you make actually educational content that you can actually fucking use as an educational fucking thesis, you already lost them. You already lost them. DJ Ware makes content you can take with you to university and fucking get a degree on. But he's losing most of his audience because they don't have the time span, they don't have the willingness to sit and actually listen. It's not entertaining enough. But he's giving really good knowledge that you can use in your professional life. These up here, these are your Jerry Springer, your TMC. This is your kind of people up here. They know, or that they may know more, but their content is made or let me put it, their content give them 5% extra knowledge. Where DJ Ware gives you all of the fucking knowledge. But they, it's too difficult to follow. He lost me. I don't know what this means. And then instead of going researching if they get lost in something like, oh, why, what the fuck, what does this mean? So instead of researching what it means, they just disregard the video. But DJ Ware's, in quote, problem, and why he's not bigger than Chris Titus Tech and DistroTube Mental Outlaw, is that he actually makes good content. Lo and behold, he actually makes good content. He makes content you can actually use, but it requires you to be an active listener. It requires you to be seeking knowledge. It requires you to want to learn. Mental Outlaw, Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, the Linux Experiment, they are just your average day talk host. Yes, you can learn a little bit, but they are entertainers first. DJ Ware's an educator. Brody Robertson, he goes on the CTT and DistroTube and Mental Outlaw. And he's really falling off track the last few years. I wonder if Mental Outlaw really lives in the past. Oh, he does. He's really fucking weird. Off talk, but network manager versus Ivy. I again, use whatever works, Scooby. Go nuts. Activist, yeah, call it what you will. Yeah, he probably don't. I think he's lost the passion. I think he has lost the passion. But if you want Linux content that reaffirm what the narrative is about Linux and proprietary software versus open source and FOSS software, and you just want something that is running in the background while you're thinking about your furry suit or fracking people in Call of Duty. You watch CTT, DistroTube, Mental Outlaw, Brody Robertson, The Linux Experiment, because they will go and tell you that yes, Microsoft is bad, proprietary software is bad, Linux is the best thing ever, we are all smart, fucking, highly intelligent people, blah 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 blah. DJ Ware, he will make you feel stupid. And a lot of people don't like that. He will actively make you feel stupid because he will go into subtext, into a depth that you have no fucking idea what he's talking about. And then instead of going and learning about it, they be like, it's too boring. And then they go over to DJ Ware, Mental Outlaw, Brody Robertson, and they get like their dopamine fix. And oh yeah, it's not me that's actually don't know what I'm talking about. It's DJ Ware that's not good at explaining it, or it's too boring, or he don't have like flying dildos and unicorns in the background to entertain me. So they find all those excuses why they should not watch DJ Ware content and stick with the junk food content that is all the other Linux YouTubers. Oh yeah, DJ Ware has Mental Outlaw has a lot of questionable behavior. Yeah. But this just tells you what, like, the Linux community is not as fucking smart as they think they are. But what the Linux community is really good at is like artificially. It's like, imagine you got like all the stupid people in your village, like all of the people that has an IQ under 70, and you put them into a room, and you're always sitting in there and drooling out of their mouth and telling each other how smart they are and how knowledgeable they are because they tied their shoe today. That is what Linux users are. They somehow is this fucking Übermensch for figuring out how to turn on a computer, take a USB device and put a ISO on it, and install whatever fucking Linux distribution. They are now like, they people that got educated in IT, fuck them. Fuck them. You know, people with development educations, fuck them. I managed to put Linux on a USB device and install it onto my computer. I am the Übermensch. That is the fucking shit that Linux users are running around with in their brains. I'm not even joking here. And then they get even, their ego gets even fucking further, pluffed up, and they now tackle politics. They are like, oh, proprietary bad and okay, without even fucking understanding what there's. It's not even the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's way past that. It's way past that, my friend. It's way past that. It's people that because people that are falling under the Dunning-Kruger effect, they kind of understand it. At some point, they realize, shit, I need to learn more. The Linux users don't. I would say they are on par with like social justice warriors and all that fucking woke bullshit going on. They just don't want to listen to the other side. They don't want to take in new information. They rather burn companies to the ground or society to the ground and think they are right while doing it than actually looking at what the data is saying. Because the data goes against almost anything the Linux community is saying about Linux. Let's make that into a thing. What are Linux people saying about Linux? Oh, I just activated my mouse. Oh. Come at me. Under 70 is actually not like... I think the average IQ is between 80 and 100 or something like that. Or 80 and 110. So, yeah. Yeah. This is true. They are advocates. Yeah. DTY is fucking amazing. Yeah. How stupid the average person is and make it. Yeah. How that's stupid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, but it's not a good metrics. But Linux users love to put it out there, so I'm using it for the same reason. You know, like, we all know when we say Linux, we don't mean just the kernel, we mean the whole Linux ecosystem. But Linux has been like the social construct of talking about the Linux ecosystem. Unless you talk in specifics. I know the Nobel Prize syndrome, yeah. So how's your how can you spend so much time talking about Gnome changing its font? Did he do that, Jinx? How long did he spend doing that? Oh, sorry, I missed your comment. You can spank me now. Yeah, but what are Linux fanboys saying about Linux and why it's the best OS in the world? Let's debunk this live right here, right now. Because I've done it in videos and it's super easy to debunk. I'm actually happy that my internet just... I don't know what the fuck happened. Maybe my router overheated? Nah, it cannot be that. Control, freedom, ownership, open source, choice. I think they are, command. Well, Windows is basically just XP. 20 minutes just yapping about the front. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, he needs to find a new hobby, I guess. Stay out of Fortran. Yeah, that's what... So people mostly just use Fortran to be idiots or watch porn. Or be creeps. It's yeah. So control. Windows and Mac OS give you 90% of the same control. It really does. Yes, you can change the desktop environment, but you can do almost all the other things. Okay? Freedom. As you're free to redistribute and stuff like that. Windows and Mac OS give you 90% of that also. Can you go and really nearly use Windows for free without giving it to your people? Give your USB device for someone else to install Windows? Yes, you can. Windows doesn't even have good, but it's there. And you can get plugins that makes it better. So, yeah, you can. Well, you can. I can give you my USB with Windows 10 or 11 on it, and you can install it. You just have to activate it. But here's the kicker: you don't need to activate it. And the limitation is that you can't change the fucking or easily you can't change the theme of Windows, which most people don't even do. I think I made a video about Power Toys, but I need to make a new one. There's so many new updates to it, yeah. So you are free to redistribute Windows and Mac OS. As long as you have a Mac, they don't give a fuck. If you can give it away to your friend. If you have Mac OS on a USB device, you can give it to your friends and they, yeah. Yeah, you can also use Masquerade to activate. But yeah, you don't, like, to use Windows. The only reason to activate it is just having a few nice-to-have things, basically. And even if you don't want to, here's the thing, if you don't want to use software you don't trust and stuff like that, go pay $10 for a fucking key. Sometimes you get them for less than that. Just buy a fucking key on a key site. That's it. Or if you're really lazy and you want to help train the Microsoft AI overlords, you do the call-in activation. And a robot will tell you exactly what you do. Then you have to tell the robot a lot of letters. Or numbers, sorry. Because you're training the AI. And when you train the AI for 10 minutes, or 5 minutes, depending on how many mistakes you make, she will then send you a text with the activation code to you. That's how I activate my Lenovo laptop I just bought. It's that simple. Yeah, but a lot of people don't trust third-party software and stuff like that. They'd rather just call in or something like that. Ownership. You own Windows and Mac OS as much. Because Windows and Mac OS give you exactly what you need. Most people don't care about that you can go in and fuck around with the kernel of the OS. They don't care about or want what Linux is, or that ownership in quotes that Linux is giving them. It don't matter to them. So when you say ownership, most people just be like, well, I'm using it right now. There's no fucking policeman coming and arresting me for having Windows, even if it's either pirated or unlocked via a script or calling into the robot, and I lie to the robot and telling it it's a fresh install. Yeah, you own the license, but who gives a fuck? They don't. Here's the thing. They don't care. They don't care. They don't fucking care. Like, here's a newsflash for you. You don't own any of the fucking games that you play on Steam. Maybe a few of them, but most of the games you have or you own on Steam, you don't fucking own. You have not owned a game since 1999 almost. They just don't care. With GOG you probably do, yeah. You probably do with them. It's just, yeah, game development, virtual production, yeah, you're right, Scooby. Oh, performance, speed. Let's just put speed. They don't care. Hey, a perfect dog. Yeah, we don't own anything, no, yeah. Okay. Open code. You can go and modify the code and look at it and stuff like that. Not even fucking Linux users do this. This is one of the biggest fucking pet peeves I have. 99% of fucking Linux users never look at the source code. And the people that do are developers working on open source to begin with. So this is like, well, I could make my own food, but I would just get someone else to do it. I could hunt down my own meat. I would just go to the store. Linux has a lot of vulnerabilities, and there's been a bug in the Linux kernel for 5 years they fixed recently, I think it was, and there are open source software that has like massive fucking Linux had a zero day or day one vulnerability in the kernel for 10 years at one point. Like, the reason why FOSS and Linux don't have that many vulnerabilities in quotes or problems with it is because it's not used that much. If you don't use it enough or as much, it's not being tested as much. FOSS and open source and Linux is not immune for people making bad software. Because what makes software good is not the license. It's not the openness of the code. It's the stupid fucking monkeys developing it. And if the stupid fucking monkeys developing it is making a bad job, it don't matter what license it is or what philosophy they are following. It fucking don't matter. You just don't see that many vulnerabilities. You don't see that many blah 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 in Linux and FOSS because, let's say for every software that's out there that's FOSS or Linux, there may only be 1% of the same user base looking at it, or the same professionals looking at it. So we don't really know. Also, it's only being attacked like 1% to 1% of what every other software of Mac OS and Windows is being attacked. We don't even know how secure it is because it's not been proven yet. It's not been through the same ringer. It's like saying that a Marine has gotten through the same training as a Navy SEAL because they both run and are in the water. But there's a massive difference between the training and the tests they have to go through. The Linux is the only place Linux kind of have been tested and proven is on the server side. But none of the Linux fanboys are running Linux as a server. They have all kind of crazy other fucking, they have desktop environments, Windows managers, and all of these crazy fucking software that makes them even more insecure on top of it. So if you want to say that it's more secure, I would probably say maybe as a server or an IoT device. But as a desktop, we don't fucking know. It has not been through the same testing as Windows and Mac OS. So we don't know. We can speculate, but we don't fucking know. I don't know if Valve have ever abused the revocable license, no. I don't know. They've done a lot of other crazy fucking shit, but I don't know about that. Yeah, as long as it gets the job done, yeah. Sandboxing, so flat packages, snap packages, and app images are not really sandboxing software. They are semi-sandboxing. No software is completely secure or insecure. What makes any software or operating system secure or insecure is the developers developing it fucking up or not fucking up, and the administrators. How well have they set up that environment? Those are the you can solve 99% of all security stability issues with hiring the right developers and getting the right admins to set it up. Those are way more important than any fucking license. Like, way more important. Choice. No one cares. Oh, you can use you have all these desktop environments, and yes, they look sexy, they look fancy, they are neat. Nobody fucking gives a flying fuck, okay? Yeah, and security by obscurity is not a security metric. It's 100%. It got debugged in like the 50s or something like that. Most computer users are only changing the fucking wallpaper. They may enable the dark theme, but they will change the wallpaper to their favorite cat picture or something like that. That's it. They don't care about that you can set up looking like fucking a terminal from Robot Guy or what the fuck that hacker series is. Mr. Robot. They don't care. Yeah, the Windows KDE port. Yeah. They don't fucking care. They don't give a fuck. Look at your mobile phone, or look at your friends' mobile phones. How many of them have changed the fucking look of their phones? Especially on Android, it's super easy. Most are running stock icon set, stock fucking layout, and then you put like their boyfriends, girlfriends, or family members, or cats, pets on the fucking background. That's it. That's it. Why the fuck do you think this is up there on Ubuntu? Why don't we have an easy button to toggle on and off themes and icon sets and stuff like that on the Ubuntu? Because nobody gives a fuck. It's a subsection of a subsection of a subsection that are so bored or have nothing to do that likes theming their fucking environments. AKA me. I love theming environments. I can spend weekends theming environments. But people rather have a UI that is consistent, that works, than they can change the fucking icon set. They'd rather have things working than how many fucking different icon sets they can put in. Or how many distros that's out there. How many desktop environments. They don't fucking care. The speed thingy. This is a fun one. Because it's a maybe. It depends. And is it enough? So. Is Linux faster? It depends on what workload you're doing. It can be faster as a file server, but it could be slower as a rendering machine. It can be faster as a IoT device, but it could be slower as a picture editing. So it depends. It also depends on how you're setting it up, just like with Windows and stuff like that. That's where maybe and it depends. And here's the big one. This is the big one. Are you telling me that people will change their whole ecosystem of an OS to, let's use a term most people can associate with, to get 5 more frames in a game? Do you think people are willing to change their whole computing existence for one of their 10 games to run a little bit better? Nobody's going to do that. People are going to change to Linux if everything, or 90% of it, or most of it, is faster or better. Then they may do it. Some do it, but those people are the same people that will be like, I use Arch by the way, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Speed is not everything. So it goes a little, it's kind of the same with price. So follow me a little bit here. Why do a lot of people buy NVIDIA graphic cards? Reliability, stability, compatibility. They for the longest time have had the best drivers. They for the longest time have the best performance in most games. And they've been the most consistent. But they're also the most expensive. And they have the most features. They are innovating the most. They're not always the fast. There are some times where AMD graphic cards for lesser money can outcompete them. That's what's happening with this generation here, right here. But Nvidia is still, even if not the best, if they are not the best graphic card at the moment, is still the most sold graphic card vendor. If you have to ask me how dangerous torrenting is, you need to read some papers. You need to go and do some research, because it's like, how dangerous is it to download a file from the internet? Kind of question. And it's the same when you think about Windows versus Linux. Could Linux be better than Windows? Yes. Could you have more choice on Linux versus Windows? Yes. Could you have more openness? Yes. Could you have more ownership? Yes. Could you have more freedom? You could. Could you have more control? You could. What are the other? But what else do I get? If Linux was one-to-one comparison with Windows, everything that worked on Windows worked on Linux. Everything on Linux was just as easy, convenient, and so forward as Linux. These things will start to matter. But then you're like, okay, I'm getting these things here on Linux. Then you install Linux, and then, oh shit, this don't work. This is not compatible. No. The open source alternatives are batshit fucking awful programs. They look like they came out in the 90s, and only 40% of it works, and it's super slow and buggier than anything on the Windows side. You're getting all these other things with you when you go to Linux that you don't get with Windows. If you're a gamer, a lot of games just don't fucking work on the Linux yet. So why should it change just because, oh, I get a little bit more choice, a little bit more speed? If I'm a developer, I can look at the fucking code. You know, I theoretically own my software more than I do on the Windows. I technically have more freedom. I technically have more control. But then I'm getting all the other fucking bullshit I have to deal with. Or, from another aspect of it, I'm happy with Windows. I have no problem with Windows. There are things I bitch and moan about, but in general, I'm happy with Windows. Why the fuck should I change? All of these things over here, all of this mean nothing to me. I don't give a fuck. Why should I change? And then they will, but you should care. I don't. While you're caring about all of this, I'm getting my dick sucked off by a furry suit. You know. Or I'm going outside, or I'm working out, or I'm developing a program, or I'm helping a friend moving, or something like that. While you're thinking about all this fucking shit. All I need is my computer to do the work task I want it to do. It came with Windows or not, I don't care. I know Windows, therefore that's what I use. Put in the scenarios. Why should people change just for the sake of changing? The only reason you should change your OS or any software is if there is a better alternative that do what you want it to be as better. And again, the market is super good at telling you this. If Linux really was better than Windows, everyone would be using Linux. They will gladly buy a Windows computer to just uninstall Windows. They did it with Vista, they did it with Windows 8. The only reason why more people not using Linux is because Linux is not good enough. It's that fucking simple. What does it need to get better? Yeah, who knows? Who fucking knows? There's a lot of things that they need to do to make it better. But if Linux truly was this fucking marvel of the fucking computing world that was like the best thing since fucking getting laid and all that fucking shit, everyone, their grandmother would be running Linux right now. They would. Windows subsystem for Linux is like the biggest middle finger to the Linux community. Now you don't even need Linux desktop as a developer anymore. Before you needed a virtual machine and or a device with Linux on if you develop for both Windows and Linux. Now you need none of it. You can just do it all on your fucking Windows machine. They single-handedly killed the need for having a Linux desktop as a developer. If you're in a hybrid environment. Yeah, I hear some shit about iOS 18. I don't know what the fuck that is. I have to look into it. I have to look into that. I haven't looked that much into it. But here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing, people. If you go on to like, and Jinx, if you're still here, you can probably help me with this. Because you are a little bit younger than I am, apparently. Maybe only by 6 months. But when you go to a cafe, when you go to social gathering, when you go to universities and schools and stuff like that, you do see less Windows computers. Not a lot less Windows computer, but you do see less Windows computers. So if you look around, what are they being replaced with? MacBooks and phones and tablets. MacBooks, phones and tablets. Yes, Windows is not as popular as it used to be. But it's not being replaced by, you know, a frameworks laptop with Linux on it. If you go to any educational places, they are almost primarily fucking Mac users nowadays. Mac, iPhone, Android, and tablets. Those are the things that are replacing Windows desktops. More people are not moving over to Linux, no. More people are moving over to handheld devices and or MacBooks. Like, for fuck's sake. The Mac Mini, if you're not a gamer, the Mac Mini is the best value for money. You do not get a more powerful PC for that amount of money. How old is Kent? I was born in 83. So I'm up there. But in my mind, I'm only 20. So I keep telling people I'm only 20 years old. Like, if you want a computer that can do anything but gaming for you, you cannot get a cheaper, fucking more powerful computer than the base Mac Mini. You just can't. For the same amount of money. If you want a laptop and you're not thinking about, then, okay, that's nothing, Jinx. Then we both are young. We both the same age then. That's nothing. A decade is nothing. If it was like 20 years younger or something like that. Oh yeah, you told me that the other day, Scooby, yeah. You're a teenager. Born in 2000. Oh yeah, you said that, yeah. But what the fuck? Oh yeah. If you need a laptop and you are not a gamer, the MacBook Air is the best value for money right now. You're getting one of the most powerful fucking processors you can get your hands on. You get the quietest laptop you can get your hands on. And you get some of the best fucking battery life on Earth. I know the Snapdragons are getting better and some are succeeding it, but there's still a lot of programs that are not well supported and stuff like that. And let's see if they even get to the same degree as macOS does with support. You're 27 feeling like 40. Honestly, here's the thing. Yeah, the M4 I suggested all day fucking long. Here's the thing. I am fatter than when I was 25 or 27. I need to get more in shape. But I actually feel younger now than I did when I was in my 20s. Because when I was in my 20s, I was partying all the time and getting fucking drunk. And was hungover all the time. In my 30s, I had massive depression for most of the time. And that's why I'm so fat today, because I try to fucking more or less kill myself by eating myself to death, or more or less. So I spent my 30s fucking discover who I am as a person, relearning myself, getting into my, you know, like, becoming someone that actually feel like they belong in society to someone. So I feel more mentally strong, I feel more mentally sane, I feel... The only thing that lacks is my physics. I need to get back into the gym. Seem like I'm the youngest here. But you said you were a decade younger. That means that you're in your early 30s. Now I'm confused. Well, if that's how people feel, yeah, then you're the... you're from 2006. Oh, well. You're about 20 years old then. Damn it. You're still amazing though, don't let anyone fool you. And again, age, again, I'm not saying like you should like get engaged with a fucking 12-year-old or anything like that. Anything with a caveat, okay? But when you are an adult, you figure out really easy that age is just a fucking number. Like, I'm not saying like if you're 20 years old to marry a fucking 95-year-old, okay? Like, that's not what I'm saying. Or if you're a 95, marry a 12-year-old. Like, they are, you know, like, let's be, like, realistic here, but it just, yeah. Unless you're 25 and rich, yeah, then, or 95 and rich, then do it. Like, don't be Leonardo DiCaprio that only wants to be with people that are under 25. But I've seen 20-year-old, I've seen 30-year-old that were more mature than some of the fucking 50, 60-year-olds I know, you know. And the other way around. Yeah, George, it's I'm thinking about going more carnivore, but so my biggest problem is I eat with my emotions. So if I'm sad or upset or depressed or bored, I eat. And I'm 6'4", so I can put away a lot of fucking food. You know. And not being as active. I used to work as a lumberjack. I used to be a mechanic. I used to do a lot of physical activity. And then I used to work out like 6 days a week. So, you know, I'm eating as I still do those things, basically. No, 6'4", not 4'6". I need to turn off this fucking screensaver thingy. How do I do that? I can't remember how to do that. Is it power? There you go. Yeah, I'm a tall motherfucker. When I was working out 6 days a week, I was like, of course, 6'4", and I was weighing about 118 kilograms with like a fat percentage of about 20 or something. Like, I was like buff as a motherfucker. I kind of want to get back to that. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not a hobbit. You're 5'6"? That's not a lot. Yeah, a lot of people don't do carbs well. How many centimeters is 5'6"? Uh... 167. You're 6'1", that's kind of tall. Yeah. That's all over the world, I guess, Scooby. I see a lot of Danish people lacking a lot of fiber also. How to be taller than... Jinx, you're a girl. You're the perfect fucking height for a girl. You know, don't think about that. Here's the thing: men likes girls that are shorter than them because it gives them that illusion that they actually can protect them. You know, it makes you feel a little bit more like a man because, you know, you can actually protect this little human being or this like small human being or what you would call it. If you get what I'm coming at. It's a little bit of an ego boost for the man to be with a girl that's shorter than them. Because you know, like you can just, you know, you can cover them with your arms and legs and be like a cocoon around them or something like that. Yeah, get growth hormone and stuff like that, yeah, to get taller. Lama is getting silly, then smack him around silly. So a lot of guys like shorter girls because of that. It buys in, not buys in, but it ticks into that protector nature a lot of men have. I think all men like short girls. I would not mind being with one taller than me, but I do prefer girls that are shorter than me. A rocky live boot. What? OS. But yeah, I don't think. Well, there's always someone out there, but the majority of men love shorter girls. You know, I've not tried Fedora 42, so I have no fucking idea. Is this true? Lumberjack stayed the same. So if you take the Lumberjack and put him into like 2016 and 26, that's the same. Web developers have changed though, yeah. Because the middle one is the hipster look. Because at some point being a Lumberjack became the hipster look, and now web developers is just like cat girls, cat boys. Lumberjacks, it's still to this day, it's like a super manly kind of thing, and they are definitely not furries. Like, you would be fucking bullied out of your job if you were furry. Yeah, no. But as a web developer, the path to web developers, yeah. But yeah, no. Yeah, I'm definitely a furry Lumberjack woman. Oh yeah, Fedora is broken in... Oh, Gnome is broken in Fedora, yeah. No, yeah, but a lot of... This is going to sound bad, but... A lot of IT people, and especially developers, are really fucking unique people. You know? So you're a hipster lamer. But yeah, like, yeah, the IT and developers are really weird people, man. Or unique is probably right, the more sane world of, you know. Like how often have you seen let's just talk Linux here because we're shit talking Linux people. How often do you go on to a Linux convention or turn on a video of a Linux YouTuber and they are like looking like Ryan Reynolds or The Rock or something like that? They are always like pale skin, skinny or fat in my case people that look like hipsters at best. Networking, one of the best fields. Networking is I would say development, but networking is also one of the good ones, yeah. But a lot of infrastructure and stuff like that is starting to become... There's just too many of them and automated. Not so much neck bearding. It's just like to have the hobby that you have with computing, you are sacrificing a lot of social fucking shit. And instead of going to the gym, you're sitting and compiling the Linux kernel. So you get kind of those kind of people, if you get what I'm saying. Also, cloud computing is a good one to get into, yeah. Yeah. Most people hate the command line, to be honest. But if you exercise, masturbating is not exercising. And getting your heart rate up by watching anime is not exercising. Yeah, I run Arch, by the way, yeah. Automation is fun. Like, it is a fun thing to see how you can automate a lot of things. But I honestly do believe that a lot of tech people, they need to fucking... they need to go out more. You know, they need to get out more. Being terminally online and living inside your own head is not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. It's like a fast track into, in the best case scenario, get stressed out and get sick from that, or into like a depression or something like that. Because as much as a lot of us don't like to admitting it, humans are social creatures. We are like dogs. We are more like dogs than we are like cats. Unless you're autistic like me. But in general, people need people. And it's not the same online as... You need people in real life. You know? Oh, woodworking is so relaxing, man. I love woodworking. I love doing anything with my hands. I just built a Lego set the other day. I have another one. So I buy Lego sets and I never build them. Because I'm like, if I start, I need to finish them. That's the autistic part of me. And then I'm like, oh, well, then I don't have that to do anymore. So I'm like, I get bummed out when I'm done with them. I'm like, oh, fuck. I built it. Now I only have one more left. And then I have to spend money for a new one. You like doing... Yeah, we are this... Yeah, you know what I mean, things. You caught me there. Lego's not done anything bad. It's just like when you're done with the Lego set, you're done with the Lego set. You could take it apart, but then you already built it, you know. I love building Legos. I love technical Lego. I love building it. But they're also expensive, and when you're done it, you can't redo it. You know, like, it's like... But it's... I love sitting and building Lego sets and watching YouTube videos and stuff like that. If I had the room for it, I would make videos about that all day and have, like, a massive Lego collection. I loved it ever since I was a kid. But like I said, when you're done one set, it's just like, oh shit, now either you need to buy another one or you need to... Well, you need to buy another one. And they get super expensive really fast. But there's just something satisfying with just, you know, follow the instruction and see something out of nothing. Oh, Windows 6, Windows 20, or Server 2016, I think you were talking about. Yeah, the Danish army is made out of Lego, yeah. Rent Lego? No. Because then you have to take it apart again and send in. And then what if you know, there are a lot of small pieces. What if one of those, you know, falls down the butt crack or something like that, or the dog eats it. It's it's just not a good idea. Can I rent Cody? He probably would love some tender loving and care from a good woman. I'm sure he's out for rent. I can't even remember. It's been a long time since he had a girlfriend. Now I'm thinking about it. Unless he got one while I was not spying on him. Which, of course, could be a thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Becky's married now, so... Oh, I think she already is married. Yeah, she got married a month ago or something like that. She is definitely married now. 100% sure. Because her Facebook profile popped up in my recommendation one day, and at that point she was married. It was like a month ago or 2 months ago or something like that. I told her on her stream, I guess I can share, yeah. At work, our backend wants a good bit of... Yeah, Rails, yeah, I think you said that, yeah. Holy shit, what distro is that unknown one? Oh, kangaroo fights are so fucking funny. I watch them on YouTube once in a while. And I also like watching kangaroos fighting people. I find that super funny. Kangaroos are really fucking funny creatures. They're probably also better to deal with than most humans, to be honest. I am, like, this week, I'm just fed up with human beings, to be honest. Fucking selfish human beings are the worst, man. Who's funnier, cats? I don't think you can. They are both funny, man. The kangaroo apart. Yeah, that would be evil. No, just people in... I'm dealing with some shit where what the fuck is the right word? My suspicions about a friend turned out to be true. Like, their behavior showed me that what I thought was true. And I don't trust people much at all. So if I become friends with someone, it's like they are almost my fucking family at that point. And then, when you realize that they are basically just either using you or abusing you, then, yeah, it becomes a little bit of a crazy thing. AIX server. Oh. Real life friends. I will not call online friends like that. Online friends is more just acquaintances. But yeah, a real life friend. Like a friend. Yeah, an IBM server, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of IBM servers around AIX servers. It's a Unix server. Unix server. Let's just think about it as a Unix server. An old Unix server. So there is a saying that if everyone around you is an asshole, maybe you are the asshole. Because everyone around you can't be an asshole. That's physically, like, everyone around you can't be dumb, stupid, retarded, useless, and blah blah blah. That's just physically impossible. So that means that if that's the case, there may be something you need to work on. Oh, power PCs. I think, yeah, well, they are still a thing, I guess. That was a Apple kind of thing for a while. I'm kind of want to switch back to Apple now that I have Windows up and running and I'm happy with Windows. Your 5 closest to... Yeah, that's... Yeah. That's another saying, yeah. Or your friends tells people who you are. Like, or you show people who you are with the people that you associate with. There's a lot of ways of skinning that cat. There's like, super small computers that can be implemented into... Oh, I will love that. A secondary brain that makes circle... Yeah. Yeah, I would love that. I would... Like, some fucking days, I would love if I could just erase the human side of my brain. Like, I woke up, go to work, do my shit, go home, do this, and all that fucking the human part, the bullshit part, just fuck that. Oh, a lot of shit. Just talking a lot of bullshit. Yeah, but sometimes I just fucking wish I could turn off the human part, because there's so much fucking bullshit with the human side of humanity. And then you have to deal with the trauma and the outfall of it. And that's the worst thing. You can't do a clean break with a human. There's always fucking trauma associated with it. That's what I hate the most. Like, yeah, okay, we cannot be friends anymore. And then that's it. That's never that fucking easy. Then that friend is going to bullshit and talk behind your back and blah, blah, blah. Or making you into it's all your fault and they've never done anything wrong and blah, blah. All that. It's always a fucking messy shit. And I'm just like, why the fuck? Like, just... I hate humans. Oh, it's just a longer conversation we started with before you came in about people being weird. Like, oh my god, I got the energy drink down the wrong pipe. Like the human condition, like how, humans act and stuff like that. I'm not a furry lumberjack girl. I wish I was, man. Like, if I was a furry lumberjack girl, I would probably have better chances on YouTube. And would probably also be treated nicer in a lot of fucking instances. And I'm not even joking here. I'm not even joking here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing a new playthrough where I'm with Asaka. Or Arisaka. And I'm playing it on hard mode. I should stream it one day. Oh yeah, I wish you could be Miltech, but I don't think... No, you can. Yeah, I wish you could be those also. That's probably one I would associate with if I could. Yeah, I wish I was a fucking AI, man. I can't even remember how much Windows 8 take up. I think Windows 8 was kind of small. Get me a pink monster. Also, no, I have energy drink. I should probably not drink more. You can still enjoy life. Yeah, the UI of Windows 8 was fucking awful, man. It was really bad. Well, at least until it did. Was it 8.1 or 8.2 when they fixed it? Oh, I love green tea. Or tea in general. Why can't you... Can I ask why you can't drink it, Jinx? Are you allergic to some of it, or are you just on a clean cleanse or something like that? Don, I'm fine. I'm fine. I hope you're well also. Oh, the damn kidneys. God damn it, girl. Now I want to just give you a hug. Don't tell your kidneys to fucking work, man, or I will fucking beat them up. Yeah, my brother, what the fuck was it, last year? I think it was last year he got new kidneys. Because of his diabetes, he had diabetes. So he got new kidney and pancreas. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. And again, if you need to talk or anything like that, you know where I am on Discord. I'm always up for a talk. That's sadly something I have a lot of experience, or not personal experience with, but I know a few people that have kidney. My mom had kidney problems. My brother had kidney problems because they didn't take care of the diabetes. Luckily enough, knocking on wood, I don't have any of those problems. And I'm relatively healthy besides having too high blood pressure. But that's because I'm fat as a motherfucker. I've tried Pop OS, but I've not tried it the last few years. Yeah, cybernetic kidney implant for... Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, like, things, if you ever fucking need to talk anything like that, just come at us, man. I'm online most of the time anyway. And we will fucking build a cybernetic kidney for you if that's needed. Yeah, $2,000 graphic card saves life. Yep. And mining bitcoins also save lives. Hey, Twisted. Well, I don't know you either, so we're on the same side, I guess. No, I've never heard about that one. Jinx, never heard about it. Second is Windows XP is fun, yeah. PC components, no, I never heard about that one. I think what the fuck is it? The German site called Alternatives? No, that's definitely not it. I can't remember what it was called. Oh, we have PC Park Picker. Mickey Mouse. Okay, yeah, that's that's fucked up. Yeah, that's super fucked up. The fuck? I'm getting so many AI emails lately. What the fuck? Oh, Xbox. I have 7 games on sale on my wish list. I should boot up my Xbox once in a while. I do like the PlayStation more, though. Good old PlayStation. I started using Linux once it stopped being developed by random neckbeard with a weird identity. Yeah, it's like that in almost any development branch now. Just use Corpo Linux, yeah. Yeah, stick with Ubuntu. They tend to be a little bit more on the fucking normal side of things. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the world. I do know we have it too fucking good. That's the issue. Like, we really don't have much to bitch and moan about, and then people love to bitch and moan, and stuff like that starts to become a big deal. But why do we need to make such a big deal out of who fucks who dresses up like what? And as long as they're not hurting anyone, just let people do what the fuck they want. If you want to chiss all over a fucking furry suit, then go nuts. I don't care. Just don't do it near me. But now everything has to be fucking put on public display and in your face, and we have to debate it, and no, we don't. Yeah, Pop OS is based on Ubuntu, yeah. Well, that's a debate you can have, Command. Jinx, I don't speak French. I don't think any of us in here speaks French. Or Spanish. Or even Polish. Well, some may speak Polish. For some reason, I have a lot of Polish people. Yeah, I used to love Pop OS before they went mental. Before they lost their fucking marbles. Well, we can all translate it, but we should not need to. Yeah, before Cosmic, exactly, yeah. It's bad. I mean, your walls. Jax can be in my walls all day if she wants to. It's YouTube being fucking YouTube. Honestly. Nope. I'm not a software engineer, but I have been, been. It's hard to explain. I've been associated with a lot of developers and IT people my whole life. Friends, co-workers, researching. Hi, I'm Inks. Hi, Inks. And Odie, yeah. Maybe Lamer is smelling. That's why he's called Odie sometimes. But yeah. I've been like on the peripheral or around those people my whole life. So I got a lot of like secondary hand experience and what you will call it. Whoop, go away. There you go. Yeah, and if you know where to look online, like what forums to go into and stuff like that, it's not hard to know what's going on in those circles. Or at least get an idea. Let me put it that way. Oh, what flag is that? That's like the Mexican flag, I think. I don't know. Oh yeah, that isn't it. Oh, it's a Wells flag. Wait, it shows up as the Wells flag here though. Creative assembly. Oh. Yeah, I do the same. I also just experiment a lot. I also believe that, like, I'm not saying that people with an education in software and IT are stupid, but the education system is broken in all places in the world. Like, I feel like if you're getting an education in IT or software, you're basically just being like they're teaching you how to be a drone. I cannot mention how many developers I've talked to that have no fucking outside of the box thinking capabilities. Like, they learn a programming language and they never deviate from that. They learn a paradigm and they never deviate from that. They learn a development method and they can't work in anything other than that. At least like engineers, like real engineers and project managers and blue collar workers, at least they are adaptable. A lot of IT people and developers, they are super rigid. Super rigid. They almost need the fucking babysitting just to take a pee. I'm not even joking here. And then because they are doing a lot of office work, you have to deal with the whole office politics, you know. You looked at me funny, or, you know, all that fucking bullshit going on in a... Is that boobs? Yeah, I've installed Gentoo a lot of times. It's just meh. yeah, they don't like if it's not broken, don't fuck with it. And that's because they here's the thing, and this is not just software. It's like that with everything in the corporate world. If it's working, and they have people that know how it works, they can deal with it. The second you start to fuck around, now you become the expert. And if they don't know if you're there next year, and you're gone, they don't know what the fuck, how to fix it. Yeah, still a bad. Yeah, you don't do anything without. Again, and this is again how the corporate world works. You don't do anything outside of your manager. You just don't. Because here's the thing: if you do something outside something that your manager should have done, like making that decision, you're basically showing the company that manager is not needed, and that will put you into problems. If you can function without a manager, you're basically showing the company they don't need a manager, and they more than likely will fire his ass or her ass. Yeah, insensitive is rarely appreciated in the corporate. Exactly. Exactly, Jinx. Do your job, do it well, be adaptable, and you will have no problems. Yeah, those pesky humans, yeah. I've had a boss pushing for getting something done, and then when it was almost done and the decision was on the boss's table to continue or not in one or another direction, the boss will wait for a month or more to taking that decision, while bitching and moaning the project was not done yet. And you just have to fucking just eat it. Like, but it's on yours. You're the one that decides when it's done or not. Oh, failing upwards is a thing. That's definitely a fucking thing. Oh, kebab makers. I could use a kebab right now. Oh yeah, a lot of people fail upwards. Especially in the army. That's how it is. Welcome to the corporate world. You are going to make more things they don't use than things they use. That's just how it is. That's how it is, and it's almost any fucking work position you get. Warhammer. KDE Neon is like the testing bed for the KDE developers, kinda. Well, you will get blamed. You are the lowest on the total poll. Again, welcome to the corporate world. That's one of the reasons why you become a manager, because then you can blame someone else. It's that simple. If you really want to be able to work like you're supposed to be working, you have to become self-employed. If you're not self-employed, you are someone else's bitch. And 9 out of 10 times you just bend over and say, yes sir, you can fist me. Loop is optional. It's up to your discretion. You will be someone else's bitch. Roblox or Debian. Ugh. It's that simple. Because they don't pay you to become their co-CEO or their co-CTO. They pay you to do a job. And if you do that, they leave you alone. There is a saying, you can be right or you can have a job. It's rarely where you can be right and have a job. Because if you start to debate too much with your bosses, you are not agreeable enough, and they will just find someone that's more agreeable than you are. That's how the world works. And the only way you get out of that is become self-employed. On Binbos, what about Vine? Or emulating it, like virtual boxing it and stuff like that? A lot of people prefer to be employed. This is another thing that is super controversial, but it's true. Most people just want to be told when, where, and how. They don't want to deal with all other aspects. Most people are followers and not leaders. Most people just want to be told, you show up at this time, you do this thing, you go home, and when you're not at work, do whatever the fuck you want. Most people are the happiest in that environment. They don't want too much responsibility. They don't want too many stresses. They just want to go to work, do that job, and then at home they can run around naked in the garden if that's what they want to do. Because they don't do well in non-structured environments, or they don't do well in environments where they have to be the one motivating themselves to do something. Because a lot of people lack self-motivation skills. Exactly, Pavlos. Yep. Well, they are paying you for your skills. So here's how it works. If I am your boss and I'm saying you have to be here for 8 hours, that's because it's not because I expect you to work 8 hours, like work 8 hours. It means I have access to you in 8 hours. But technically, it also, again, depends on what's in your contract and stuff like that. But if I pay you for 8 hours, I can have you sit at your desk and wait for 8 hours. If I'm okay with that. Because here's the thing, if people are getting paid for their skills, so they're getting paid a flat rate to do a job, you're not going to survive. Because most jobs that you're going to do is going to take longer than you think. That's the sad reality of it. You are going to lose. This is actually a super beneficial part for you as an employer or employee. That's why we have unions and all that fucking shit. Because if I was only paying you for, like, let's say I want this software done, I'm only willing to pay this much money. If you get into problems, if you get into setbacks, I'm not going to pay you more. I'm not going to pay you more. That's your problem, not my problem. You deal with it, so you're losing money. Because I will hire an expert, or experts that will tell me how long this should take. So unless you are super fucking good, and you do everything right the first time, you're going to lose money. But if I have you for 8 hours, and I'm like, build this software for me, and you're coming up and say, you know what, Microsoft fucked us over. Google fucked us over. We are going to be 3 months late, and you explain why that is, that's fine. You work here. That's why I employed you. You know, a lot of people, especially younger people, they think that because they get paid, they are more important than anyone else. No. You having a 9 to 5 means that for 9 to 5, you are someone's bitch. They don't owe you anything. You agreed to take this salary. If you don't like it, move out. It's that simple. This, of course, should treat you well, pay you a decent salary and all those things. But you are not paying them, they are paying you. You are depending on them actually wanting or thinking you are valuable enough for them to keep you. Because there's another truth that a lot of people tend to forget because they think they're so unique. There are thousands of people on this earth that can do your job faster and cheaper than you can. Or want to do your job for the same salary and bitching less. It's that simple. The whole thing you see on YouTube with, like, you see those, like, engineers a day in a life off, and most of that is bullshit. Okay? They live boring fucking life. I work in IT and software. Let me tell you what a day in a life is, okay? You wake up, you take a shower, brush your teeth, hopefully put on clothes, you go to work, and you spend most of that work either in meetings or working on shit you can't tell anyone about. And most of that shit you're working on is boring as fuck. Welcome back, Lamer. You're sitting in front of a screen for X amount of hours, or you are drawing a line of fucking wires from one end to the other one, or you're setting up a server. It's not sexy. Why do you think a day in a life video of anything to do with IT is only about 15 minutes long? And all you see is them going... This is the fun part. Most of the day in a life videos is not work related. It's them waking up, going to job. Then they have a break. They show what they eat. They show maybe 5 seconds of them coding, and then they show what they do after work. They barely show any of their work. As an IT professional or software professional, most of your day is super fucking boring. It's super boring. And if you can't understand that, you're living in some fucking illusion. And they are paying you to be there. That's what they're paying you for. This is how you should look at your salary. They are paying for your availability. That's what they're paying you for. Your 9 to 5 is... They expect you to be available for them from 9 to 5. What they do with you is up to them. They are paying you fucking salary. I don't know how this, like, communistic viewpoint of employers are the most important thing and blah 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 blah. Did you make the company? Did you had the idea to start whatever product that you're working on? No. You are basically just a mercenary. You are hired gun. And that's what it is. But that's not what society is selling you on social media nowadays. Become a software engineer and live the big life and stuff like that. Yeah, but the software engineers or developers that are making the big money, they are working all the fucking time. They almost never home. And that work is super unsexy. It's a front of a screen sitting and banging on a keyboard to whatever music they like. And stressed out 9 out of 10 days because the software should have been done last year. And if it don't work, that's their fucking career on the line for that company. Or you have so many meaningless fucking stupid meetings that you want to fucking cut your penis off. Because you have one meeting to justify this fucking manager's position, and then have another meeting to justify another management position. So at the end, the department head can measure your productivity and see if they should fire you or not fire you. Like all this, like Scrum and Agile, is a fucking manager's sweet fucking nectar of tracking how good a developer are, and if they should fire you or not. Because if they see some, let's say you have, your daily stand-up meeting. If your Scrum Master, whoever the fuck is running that meeting, see the same person standing up and saying, I need help, they're like, oh, it's you over in the corner that every day need fucking help with everything you do. Maybe we should hire someone else then. Well, a lot of those people that think like that, they tend to lean the Marxist communist kind of way, sadly enough. Oh yeah, HR people are fucking the worst. Don't get me started on those. But here's the thing what I'm basically trying to say. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're more valuable than you are. Don't do that. And I see that, like, especially with new educated developers, they think they're the fucking bee's knees, man. Here's the thing. There are not unpaid, untrained developers, hobby developers, that can do most of the jobs paid developers do. And they will probably be better at it. And cheaper. That's like... There are so many developers that are getting outfaced by hobbyists. It's not like a massive problem, but if you think you're that special that, oh, I got this education, I'm the only one. No. There are some idiot that just like doing what you took an education for, and he or she learned all of that on their own, and they don't have all that educational baggage with them. They are willing to be agile in a way. When I mean agile, I mean they don't give a fuck what coding language they're using. They don't give a fuck what OS they're using. They just want to do the job. You will be replaced by someone like that. You know? Yeah, overplaying your card is so fucking... A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. And if you feel that your talent is not being paid what it's worth where you are and stuff like that, you find another job. You use the job you have now to get experience. And then you shop. You go out and shop. And then you can ask for a raise. And you can say, well, if you're not willing to pay me this company will pay me it. And then it's up to your boss and say, yes or no. But don't think that you are so special that whatever you say is just automatically given to you. Don't think that, oh, well, I should be paid this, so I will just ask for it and they have to give me that. No. If you have like another job offer on the hand, that's a super fucking good bargaining chip. But that will only work a few times, because every time, like, let's say you want a raise every 6 months, and every time you go up to your boss, you have like a job offer to throw in their face, they will just say, you know what, fuck you, didn't take that job. Everything has to be done, you know, with gloves on. Yeah. Oh, you used to work in HR, I'm sorry for you, man. Yeah, there's a lot of dumb fucking quit, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Salary how is equal how replaceable you are, yeah. If you want to keep your job, do the jobs nobody else want, and make sure that the company is dependent on you. Which they should not be. That from a management standpoint, if a company is dependent on one person or a few people, they are doing a bad job as a manager. Like, it's plain simple. It's the worst job you can do as a manager is be dependent on a group or one person. Everyone should be replaceable from a management standpoint. But it's super good for you, because your job is 100% guaranteed then. That's one of the things I always do if I get a new job. I look at what do everyone else not want to do, and I do those jobs. Or if let's say we have to do something new or learn something new and everyone is bitching about it, I'm raising my hand up, I'm doing it. Because then I'm the first one doing it, I'm the one with the most experience, I may even be the only one knowing how to do that, so now they're even more reliant on me. How to explain this 1 year gap on your resume? Super easy, you just tell them what you did and why. Here's the thing. Most people, or most hiring people, don't give much fucks about your credentials. What they want to see is how trainable are you. Because you can train anyone up to be whatever you want them to, if they want to be trained. If you were saying I have a 1 year gap because I was learning or was experimenting with a new career choice, that's great. That shows that you're willing to try new things. But if like, oh, I had this 1 year gap because I want to party all fucking year, yeah, probably not a good idea. Or I was experimenting my furry adjacent nature, probably not a good idea. But if you're like, oh, I was thinking about going to law school, so I took some courses. Or I was thinking about becoming a medical PhD, so I took some medical courses. That's fucking amazing. That shows that you are willing to adapt and try new things. That means that we can train you. But if you're locked into one system, this is why when I hear someone say, I'm only working on Linux machines, I'm like, that's great. You just work only on Linux machines, then I will take all the fucking money you're losing out on. Let me take those from you. Let all the other IT service people out there take all of those money that you're losing out on. And let you tell every fucking one that wants to hire you that you are not adult enough or agile enough to be fucking employed in any company because you only want to do one thing. Who the fuck want that fucking person in that job? So when I hear people say that, I'm like, yep, that's fine. You just told the whole fucking world that you should not be employed. And you will probably lose 10 out of 11 job interviews you go to. Because there's always a fit for everyone somewhere. So I love it when people say, I'm only working on Linux. That's great. One less I have to worry about. More money for me. You get what I'm coming at here? People are so fucking self-centered nowadays that they think that they are the fucking center of the universe. Again, one of the reasons why I have issues with a friend right now, because they think they are the center of the fucking universe. Productivity things that you did during the 1 year. Yeah, no, you should not lie. Never lie. Because here's the thing. Especially nowadays, with social media and all that fucking shit. There are people that have lost jobs because they found out something about them on social media or blah, 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 blah. Don't even exaggerate. Don't say anything that's not true. So it's better to just shut your fucking mouth. It's just better to shut your mouth. Because if you're over-exaggerating, they will figure that out within a week. They will figure that out within a week. If you are not as good as you say you are. Or else they have, again, management problems. And if you are lying, again, they will figure that out within a week. Corpos can't know the secrets. Your secret world domination plans. No, don't hire a Linux guy, no. But yeah, just... if you don't want to say something, or you feel it's a negative toward you, don't talk about it. Try and talk around it, like, I was dealing with some issues, or... oh, well, there was some personal problems I had to deal with, or something of that nature. You know, just work around it. I actually had that, now I'm thinking about it. There was one they were trying to hire at one point that could not do any of the work, but then the day after they would come to work and everything was just done. No, dude, this goes for any job. This is not just IT or software. This is everything. I worked most of my life in non-IT and software departments. And trust me, nobody gets found out more than people lying or exaggerating their skills. It's so fucking easy to see. Sometimes they will deal with it if it's not that bad. Like, if it's just like a slight little lie, a slight little over-exaggeration. But they know. They fucking know. Oh, look at this high-shot fucking engineer here. They built, whatever. And then, like, oh, they barely can fucking figure out how to use AutoCAD. Like, your lack of expertise show so fucking fast. The best thing you can do in underselling yourself, to be honest. Because if you're underselling yourself, you over-exaggerate all my... Yeah, but... did you say you had those skills? And they can also see here's the thing. If you're a construction worker or a fucking software engineer and you're working with someone that has 10 years experience in that field, they know exactly what your level are within the first fucking day almost. They can see if you just went home and learned that skill. Like I said, with this person here, they didn't know how to fix issues, and then the next day all the issues was fixed, and it was like that all the fucking time. Until we looked into it and oh shit, most of this is fucking AI generated, or it's his friends doing it for him. Like, you cannot cheat. But again, if, let's say you're a good dude or dudette, you have a good work ethic, you are super trainable, they will deal with it. And if it's not like, let's say like, you just slightly lied or slightly over-exaggerate, it's just like a little bit, they probably would not care about it. But if you were like, yeah, I used to be like a project manager, department head, and CTO, and all you did was managing like the sausages in a hot dogs van, yeah, they will probably not hire you then. But if it's like, yeah, I have a little bit of management skills, and you manage 2 people in a sausage, again, in the aforementioned hot dog stand, well, that is a little bit of management skill. Is it like manage a management skill? Not really. So you are over-exaggerating a little bit, but it's a little bit true also. They will probably be like, yeah, okay, that he was managing a fucking hot dog stand for 2 months in his break. That kind of makes sense. So you can pamper the truth a little bit. But a lot of fucking, yeah, a lot of people that do that shit, they get found out so fucking fast. Oh yeah, the smartest guy in the room is always the worst guy to have around. And knowing more is not good either, no. But I do see a lot, like the last 10-ish years, a lot of people got so fucking... They think like, oh, I have this skill, I'm fucking the new Elon Musk or the new Bill Gates. Like, they think they're the fucking hot shots. Until you have proven multiple times that you are nobody. It's that fucking simple. You are fucking nobody. Again, the best thing you can do is being honest, and honestly, if you undersell yourself a little bit. Because here's the thing, if you undersell yourself a little bit, that means that they expect one thing. Like, do I have Notepad up here? So they expect you to be here. Then you start to work, and they see you're actually up here. They're like, holy fucking shit, we made a deal. We fucking cut someone, fucking shit. That also makes it easier for you to get a raise. Don't be afraid of going down a lot in pay for them to renegotiate later on. Because all you want to is get in the door. If they think they get a junior developer and you're like fucking better than most of the senior developers, you will rise in that company faster than you can fucking take a Monday poop. No, if that happens, you'll just do more job. No. That's why you go in and negotiate. That's why you make sure that it says in your contract that when you work there for 3 months, you are now done with the trial period. You negotiate higher salary. That's how most of the world works, or 2 weeks or a month, how long a trial period is they are willing to go with. You just need to get in the door. Because if you're in the door, you're already ahead of 99% of people. And if they feel like they fucking catch like a fucking superstar, they will pay for that superstar. And if they don't, find another job. If they just want to exploit you for your knowledge and pay you less, find another job. Just find another job. But it's always a good idea to undersell yourself a little bit. Because it's that, if you're buying something used, let's say you buy a used computer, and this is fucking cheap, and you get it home and it's fucking flawless. It's fucking, holy fuck. Oh, there's a new battery in it. There's a faster SSD in it. Holy shit. I actually made a fucking deal here. That's what you want to do. You want to be that computer. Well, our experience may differ. Well, I have to go and talk to like people that hires and fire thousands of people in the career that they are wrong then. I'll make sure to do that. Yeah, you have to become a good deal for, especially nowadays when there's so much, what is it called? Competition for getting a job. Because that's another thing. You need to get in the door. And it's all about how you set up your contract. But you need to get in the door, because if you get in the door, you are ahead of everyone else. Because depending on some jobs, there is a shortage of workers, and you can be super fucking like, oh, give me, superstar salaries and stuff like that. But if you're talking IT and software, there are so many people out there you don't, or we can outsource. There's so many other options than having you right now do that job. So there's a bigger proof of evidence on your side. So if you can be that finding a deal on eBay kind of person, they love you from day one, man. And if you're willing to, like the first month or so, being underpaid a little bit, that's amazing. That's amazing. Because then you can be like, you know what? I know I got hired as a junior developer, but I'm also doing project management. I'm also doing point of sale a little bit. I'm also doing X, Y, and Z. Technically you should pay me this here, but you don't have to pay me, what a person would have that. Pay me 10% less. So they still feel they're getting a deal, and you're getting a super good fucking salary. Yeah, Palvas, you were the one getting fired then. It's not about working for free. And here's the thing. Again, understand your fucking contract. Most jobs will pay you for your overtime. It's in your contract. I don't think I ever seen any company that say, oh, you work from 9 to 5 and we expect you to work overtime. That's illegal in most countries. Like, that's illegal in most countries. They have to pay you overtime. What they will do is stuff like this. Well, if you're 1 minute overtime, that's not really overtime. That could just be you. You probably spend 2 minutes talking to the fucking receptionist and looking at her titties. So it evens out. But if you stay 15 minutes late, you get those 15 minutes. But we don't pay you for like 1 minute extra work. Or 2 minutes extra work. So if they do like that we start to bill you for if 15 minutes late. If you have, let's say your job is like, I can be done today, but it will take me, I will work 5 minutes over. Sit and play fucking solitaire for the next 10 minutes. Sit and play solitaire for the next 10 minutes so you get those 15 minutes. So what you are drone. You are drone. And there are workplaces that want drones. But they're not getting paid that much. You know why a lot of people get a higher salary than you think they should, or get paid a lot more money than other people? It's because they give those 5 minutes extra. They give those 10 minutes extra. They are more variable. Because that's another thing an employee looks at. How trainable are you? How loyal are you? How much do you give to the company? But if you're one of those people, let's say you start at 9, and you're like 9:00, clock, you go to your fucking station, and you only stay at your station, you do only the work they tell you to do. And at 17:00, clunk, and they never see you, never hear from you again, if there's a layoff, you're the first one to go. And you could be as fucking good as you want, you'll be the first one to go. Because you'll become a drone. This is what here in Denmark we call it, you leave your brain at the clock in. So you come to work, you leave your brain at the fucking door, You go in and you do just enough work to justify your salary. You go out again and you put your brain into your brain. Your brain back into your body. And if you are, let's say, a cashier, you can do that. If you are stocking shelf, you can do that. But you can't do that in IT. You can't do that in production. Some productions you can, but not a lot of them. You can't do that in any place where they require you to kind of also be there and actually, be a part of a team that can contribute intellectually to that team. Because this is probably what you would do. You probably look at the fucking clock, waiting for that 5 o'clock thing to come to ring. You probably spend more minutes looking at the clock than you think you do, because you can't wait to get out of there. That also tells everyone else and yourself you have the wrong job. You should work in a job where you are okay with spending a minute, 5 minutes extra. Because you like the work you do, you like the environment, you like the people that are working for you. It's what you are working for. You like your co-worker. Okay, that's fine. You will have a hard time becoming a rock star then. That, again, if that's what you want, that's what you want. But most of the time, you will be replaced by lesser knowledgeable people and lesser good people. So here's a fun experiment. You worked in HR, right? So a company in Denmark made a study. You do know, when you come to a job interview, they almost always ask you, do you want something to drink? Do you want a cup of coffee? Do you want a tea? Do you want some water? Here's what they found out. The people that said yes to that had a significant higher chance of getting that job. Is it because that they're like, do you not think my coffee is good enough? No, it's because what it symbolizes. It's like they are welcoming you into their home. They are opening up. It's a gesture of goodwill. So just take the coffee, take the water. If you don't drink it, it don't fucking matter. It don't matter. But you will have a significant, I can't remember the percentage, but it was fucking high, chance of getting that job over anyone else if you just said, yes, thank you. I would like something to drink. Because then automatically, they think about you more in a friendly way. You already are like part of the tribe, so to speak, Yeah, that's probably not a good idea to bring your own shit. That's kind of like saying, your soda is not good enough for me, I'm bringing my own. That would probably not go over well for a lot of people. Like, unless you have a super specific skill. Like, if you've been headhunted, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But if you're 1 out of 1,000 that are trying to get this job, do that. Well, here's the thing, pal, this is why Linux users drive me up the fucking wall. You are not the benchmark of how society works. Linux users are not the benchmark of how the computing world works. So yes, that may not work on you, but it works on 99% of every other HR person. So who are they going to cater their behavior to? You? Or the 99% of the rest of the fucking world? It's that simple. Just because you don't care about it, the rest of the world do. It's shown in studies, it's shown in statistics. You are just an anomaly. Which makes you even fucking more useless, to be honest. But you get what I'm coming up here. Yeah, it's symbolized sociality, welcoming, that you want to be part of the social aspect of the workforce, and blah, 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 blah. But this is one of the biggest things that I hate about Linux users is that they think that, oh, it works for me. Yeah, but you are not the benchmark. But this is again this main character syndrome a lot of people have nowadays. They think they're so fucking important. Here's the thing. 99% of us right now, sitting here, we are red shirts. We are the one in the start of a movie that kills off the first. We are the nameless private in a war movie. That's who we are. If you don't want to be that, you have to do something that is impactful and important. It don't come automatically, and you have to sacrifice a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort to do it. And you may fail. There's a high chance you will fail. But most of us are red shirts. Heck, I'm a mechanic working in IT and software development with no fucking training whatsoever. So I'm proof that it can be done. But I also spend more time than anyone else on my own dime learning a lot of fucking shit. Doing a lot of shit on my own. To keep up and be better than educated people. And know more than educated people. And I'm not getting paid what I should get paid. I could do this. Or I could sit in a factory and put small little fucking iron bits into a box and fucking want to kill myself after an hour. And then when I have proven myself over a few years and I have a resume, then I get the right amount of money. If you want something, you always have to work more than you think, sacrifice more than you think, do more than you think. There's no success, well there are, but most successful people didn't just fart one day and they become a billionaire. There are the random YouTuber that makes like 1 or 2 videos and then they're fucking, a billion subscribers or a million subscribers overnight, They are out there, but they are not the norm. I think the statistic is that under 1% of every YouTuber that exists can live off YouTube. Under 1%. Think about that. I think live streamers are even lower than that. And the 1% that can, that's to say it's 1%. Look at it like this. My little super insignificant channel. Do you know how much I get paid per hour for doing my channel? Under $1. Under a fucking $1 per hour. I think last time we did it, I uploaded 3 times a week. And I got paid, was it $0.20 per hour. That's it. Yeah, but here's the thing. You will have a fucking bad job if you just want to be a drone, you're not getting any good jobs. Yeah, penny on the dollar, yeah. Like, honestly, no, it's not my job. It's a hobby, but I have other hobbies. So here's the thing. I can spend whatever time I do doing YouTube. That basically, I actually lose money on it, basically. Or I can learn a skill and better that skill that makes it so I can make money in my professional life. Or I can build something, make something that I can resell. Which is also, I love building shit, A drone means that you basically are replaceable. You are a nameless replaceable worker that works for minimum wage for the job that they do. So that means like if the average salary is $2 an hour, let's just pretend that is for the job that you that the drone job that you want, that's what you're getting paid. They don't expect anything of you. But that also means that if there is downsizing or anything like that, you're the first one to go. You don't have job security, basically. That's basically who you are. That's based like from what you're telling me. That's who you are. That's who you are. You probably get. I hope you get paid more than $2. I don't give a fuck about Nix OS. If you like to use it, use it. If not, I don't care. But yeah, if you can get generational health, that's well. I honestly, personally believe that's bad because $2.50 you made it. Congratulations, then. Yeah, generational wealth is bad because a lot of people then will live off your effort without them giving anything back to society. So I'm a firm believer of have enough wealth that you are like, let's just say you're a millionaire until you die. Then you give away all your money to a charity. Fine. None of your kids or your family members or their kids are going to live off your successes. That I like. But sadly enough, what happens is when people get to that level is that their kids and their grandkids and so on don't need to work anymore. So they basically just become leeches of society. They're just living in big houses, polluting, using, abusing, consuming, without giving back to society. And that is not a good thing. But if you manage to go from having nothing to living in a big house, having good cars, go on vacations and stuff like that, that's fucking amazing. Because you probably worked so many hours without getting paid, or said no to so many social obligations to get to where you are right now. That's, again, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, they didn't get to where they are without sacrificing a lot of fucking shit. They just can't. You can't get to that level without sacrificing a lot of fucking shit that most people are not willing to sacrifice. They're not willing to go that, oh, it's 1 o'clock after 5 o'clock kind of thing, you know. Yeah. Yeah, and what good old Jeffy should do when he's done. Yeah, Musk also have generational wealth. What they should do when they die, give every fucking penny away. They should give any fucking penny away to someone. So their kids need to fucking, give back to society. Or there should be like a rule that says you can only get your family money if you worked a real job for like 20 years. Sorry. Give back to society. But do something. Yeah, but a lot of offsprings that comes off with money, they may not do bad things, but they're not contributing to the society. No, they should not even give it to nobody. Here's the thing: nobody gives a fuck about Linux. If I could actually fucking spill. What the fuck is this? What? How is macOS only 2%? macOS was 0%. This cat, there's something wrong here. Yeah, it's like 13 something. There's something wrong here. Let's just say last month. This makes no sense whatsoever. What the fuck? Yeah, OS 6 is macOS. What? That's not right. Is it all platforms? Or is it how much it has grown the last year? Okay, now it's working. Why the fuck did it not work before? Oh, North America. Oh. What the fuck happened? Now it seems normal. What the fuck happened? Yeah, what happened? What? No, it's still saying 2%. Oh. Why are it? Oh. Yeah, they're splitting macOS into Mac. Oh, I think I know why. So. Oh, that's a good catch. Yeah. I think this here must be classic macOS. Like, you know, before OS X. Linux have gotten up a little bit, though. When the fuck did it change, then? James, we need to get you, they changed at secure? Yeah, but... in 2016. Hey, Benjamin. Well, I would put Mac. I would put these two together. I would put these two together because this makes no fucking sense. This makes no fucking sense. What is the most used one? Catalina. Well, Mimix is used in Intel, so. Oh, hey, Apple incorrectly reported all Mac OS releases since. Okay, so there is an issue. Okay, there is an issue then. Yeah, YouTube removes the first name sometimes. It's fucking weird. No. No, not every 5G modem runs Linux. There are still 5G modems. There are still IoT devices that are not running Linux. You can't do that. You can't do that. And Intel running Linux is not a desktop operating system. An IoT device, a 3D modem, is not a desktop operating system. You can't do that. That makes no sense. It's like saying you should drive a Formula 1 car because it's the fastest car on the road. When we are looking at family saloon cars. We are not looking at IoT, we are not looking at embedded systems, we are looking at desktop operating systems. That's another thing a lot of Linux users... Not all 5G runs, there are devices using their own systems. May only be like 0.5%, but they are. If I have to explain why you don't put Ubuntu server under desktop operating system, and why you don't put Mimix running on Intel under desktop operating system, I can't help you. You don't understand the basics of what we are talking about here. I'm sorry to say it, but you don't. There is a massive difference between a desktop operating system versus an IoT device, 5G modem, your vacuum cleaner, your dildo, your vagina vibrator. They are not the same. They don't have the same work tasks. They're not having the same workloads. Can they do kind of the same thing? Sometimes. I don't think you can run like Half-Life 2 on your 3D modem, for example. So, this is some of the bullshit I hate about Linux users. They bend the truth. Again, all supercomputers run Linux. I am not running a supercomputer. Notebooks, desktop PCs, for example, Windows, Mac OS, and various Linux distributions, blah, blah, blah. A desktop operating system is an environment through which the user controls a personal computer. So again, let me educate, because apparently Linux users don't have the capacity to understand this. General use OS. Media, gaming, working, consuming, buying, being creative, So how do they show what sites they visit? By site telemetry. This is so simple. Your OS, you can turn it off, and that's why it's get put into others. But if it's not turned off, your OS broadcast what OS it is, for a lack of better words. So if you turn it off, or it's obscured by physical hardware, and there are reasons for doing that, it is being put in here. In here. This is all the hidden Windows machines, Linux machines, Mimix machines, FreeBSD machines. Those are hidden in here. Those are hidden in here. Is there error reporting? Yes. But not all fucking thing is a mistake, okay? This is probably 90% accurate. No, Linux is a kernel, but Linux is also the social construct of talking about the Linux ecosystem, aka distributions and stuff like that, because for simplifying language, it will become too difficult to say, okay, I am now talking about Ubuntu, Gnome, systemd, GNU, Linux. So we just say Linux. That's... I hope this makes sense, or else, again, I can't fucking help you. You know. But this is like 90% accurate. You can't just like... That mental gymnastics that a lot of Linux users use to... Well, it's really like all others are really for... And all unknowns are really Linux. No, they are not. Okay? You take the unknown and you equally divide that by everyone else. They are not shoddy as hell. This has nothing to do with DDoSing. This has nothing to do with DDoS. They're not... DDoSing would work on DistroWatch. DDoSing would not work here. Because they're not counting how many times a Linux machine is activating or accessing a site. Unless they change the IP all the fucking time. And DDoSing don't change the IP. Or the MAC address or whatever they use as a unique identifier. So you can access the sites 10,000 times. You will still only be counted as one Linux machine. One Linux machine. But if you're doing DistroWatch, again, a Linux distribution is counted as Linux. We're not looking at what different Linux distributions are hitting the internet. We're looking at Linux. So all Linux distributions are being put into Linux. So if you change your IP address while you're DDoSing, this works. Page hits per day. This would work with DDoSing if you also change the IP. Because what DistroWatch do, they look at this IP hits this page today. So in 24 hour span, I can do this. This only count for one hit in the next 24 hours. This only count, like, I have hit mint 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I lost count. This only counts as one hit because of my IP address. This is how DistroWatch do this. So tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I can hit it one more time and it counts as another hit. Yeah. Hopkins, not all Windows or not all users do that. You are one out of thousands. You're probably one out of a million that do that. Or probably one out of thousands. Just because you do it don't mean everyone is doing it. That's why there is a margin of error. You are put in the margin of error. So your argument makes no fucking sense. In that case, there are OSs that are being pinged as Linux. So let's take 1% away from Windows, margin of error. Let's take 1% away from Linux, margin of error. So that means that Linux has 2.99%. If we want to account for what you're talking about. There will probably be, out of all of the OS registered, 1% that do that. So therefore, let's take 1% away then from all of these numbers here. That means Chrome OS is only 0.85%. What you want to do is lower the Windows market and add that to Linux. And what you also want to do is take a lot of the unknown and add that to Linux, because it's like, yay. Do you know anything about statistics? I'm just asking, do you know anything about measurement and statistics? You do understand that for those reasons, there are margins of errors. That means that if something fluctuates within a certain percentile, that is looked at as a margin of error, meaning it's not counted that well. Windows don't have 100,000% guarantee 71.72% of the market share. There is probably 1 to 2% margin of error here. But that goes for all of the OSs. If you don't care about that, you don't know what you're looking at. If you don't understand that, you cannot read this page. If you don't understand how surveys are being done, statistics are being done, and you just have to understand the basics and the margin of error, you cannot use this site for anything. Heck, you cannot use any survey for anything. I misspelled this. You cannot even use this as any fucking manageable information if you don't understand. Then stop. Okay, that's fine. We don't have this conversation. You're not part of this conversation. So as long as we start talking about desktop operating systems, yes, you can talk about your fucking nylon socks you put on with your furniture. You cannot be part of the conversation if you don't care. You cannot say something is bad or shoddy if you don't care. Because if you don't care and you don't want to learn how to or understand how to be part of the conversation, you stay out of the conversation. It's that fucking simple. Yeah, the exception of the... But again, he's not part of the conversation because he don't want to or understand and don't care. Therefore, not part of the conversation. I don't care if you're 99 years old, if you're a Gentoo user or an Arch user. I probably use Linux longer than you have. I probably have forgotten more about Linux than you have ever fucking learned about Linux, okay? Embrace your furry suit. Yeah, supercomputers are considered servers. Yeah. Gentoo users just really love to watch a slideshow. Anyway, let's go back to this here. So... Yeah, I know this website actually do... Oh, god damn it, I'm so... Here you go, get a 30-minute timeout. I'm done with fucking bullshit like that. When you want to... you say you're too old for that. When you want to actually act like a fucking adult, you can come back and talk. Yeah, I can't remember what they are saying, but it's something like of the nature of they're looking at the overall statistic of what kind of OSs. Here you go. So they use web analytics services More than 1.5 million sites globally. They remove bot activity and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm just tired of dealing with people like that, to be honest. Like, clearly, it's just someone that wants to stir up shit. That wants to be like, oh, well, Linux is actually big and blah, 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 blah. Yes, here's the thing. This is what angers me the most, okay? You will see DistroTube, QuizTight Tech, Mental Outlaw, all you fucking hard-boner Linux YouTubers use the exact same site. And they will... All the fucking users will suck their cocks over how great Linux is doing. When I am using it, or someone else is using it to say, yeah, this is actually real numbers. Oh, that's wrong, it's not how it really is, and blah, blah, blah. I'm using the same site as any fucking Linux YouTuber using. I'm looking at the same fucking numbers. I'm just not bullshitting you. I'm not saying, oh, well, others are really all Linux machines. The others mean we don't fucking know. That's why we can't say what they are. We can speculate, we can assume, but it makes us all assholes by doing that. Okay? This is why I love the Linux community. Okay. Let's look at Linux has gotten up a little bit. Last time I looked, it was where the fuck was it? Here. 3 point. Oh, so it's gone up a little bit. Unknown has dimpled down. So let's take unknown away and others. No. That's not what he meant. He wants to basically say that this is meaningless. This don't mean anything. Because this is not the real numbers. While if I did this, and I was like, look how much Linux has grown. They will all be fucking jerking off underneath the table. It's clearly a way to manipulate so they must have started to measure macOS differently February this year, I guess. But yeah, it's if they don't care, don't be part of the conversation. If you don't care, you don't insert yourself into the conversation. You just stay out of it. Someone asked me what I thought about NixOS. I said, I don't care. Use it if you want to. That was it. I didn't try to give my opinion on it. I didn't try to convince them not to use NixOS. I don't care. Use it if you want to. You don't insert yourself into a conversation trying to manipulate the data in certain ways or explaining data in certain ways if you don't care. It'd be like, yeah, I really don't care about you painting your wall, but let me tell you how to paint your walls. Can you kind of see how stupid that is? You don't do that. You would kick me out of the house if I did that. Like, if I just randomly passed you by painting a wall, and I'm like, hey, I see you painting a wall, I really don't care, but let me tell you what you are doing wrong. You know, you probably would not like me that much. Oh yeah, exactly, Sparky. Sparky. A lot of the modern tools are really, really not bulletproof, but they are fucking, you know, they are really what do you call it? Like robust or sturdy. You can't have purity testing into statistics. That's yeah, exactly. Like again, this is the best we have. Okay? This is the best we have. This is the same site every other fucking Linux user use. That's why I use it. There's other sites that use other metrics. And I just... And it drives me nuts. I will be honest here. It does drive me fucking nuts. That people will come in here and yell and scream at my videos for using the same statistics, the same sites as their favorite Linux YouTuber and say I'm wrong. But they are right. We are using the same numbers. But what a lot of Linux YouTubers will do is do this. They will say, these two here are the same. I don't. There's a reason why it's unknown. We don't know. So to be fair to Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Minix, Haiku, FreeBSD, Chrome OS, SkyOS, QNX, all of the other operating systems out there, to be fair to all of them, you don't really count this here. To be fair to every OS, give every OS an equal footing. Are there things going on in the world with blah 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 that can obscure the numbers? Yes. Of course there fucking are. But why don't they say that to Chris Titus Tech or DistroTube when they're using this as a statistic to see that Linux has not moved in a fucking year? Okay, let's be honest here. This graph tells you that Linux has not moved in a fucking year. Okay? This is bad for Linux. Let's go down here and do this then. Let's go back 2 years. Linux has not moved in fucking Oh, this is still 2020. No, yeah. 2023, December to March. Linux has not moved for 2 fucking years. Let's do it again. Let's see when Linux actually fucking gains a market share. Let's do 2000. Let's do February, January 2000. Now we are getting somewhere. Linux has almost not moved. It's moved some bit from 2000, but it's gained. What would that be? That would be on. It's gained almost 2%. Let's say 3% in fucking 5 years. This is bad for Linux. The year of the Linux desktop, boys. Yes, exactly. Come on. This is the year of the Linux desktop. It's barely moved in fucking 5 years. That's another way we can look at this bullshit. But if I say it like this, they will make excuses. Oh, this is not good enough and blah, blah, blah. But there will be Linux YouTubers doing this now. Look, macOS is almost not even there. It got up a little bit, but Linux is better than macOS. There will be Linux YouTubers doing that video right fucking now. You know. Like, it's all about how you present this data. And again, I'm so fed up with people coming in here and telling me I'm wrong and blah, 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 for using the same fucking metrics and site that the heroes are using. You know. Really? Do you not think oh fucking god, they are stupid. The ThinkPad code was not started, well, the Apple code was also started by the community. The Apple code was definitely started by the community. That's why it's a code, like a company don't set out to start a code. What the fuck, man? If you do rolling average and a better indicator, you will see that the Linux stock is very... Yeah, there's a super low growth in Linux, yeah. No, I totally agree with you. You have to look at you know, like you said, all the fucking indicators, and you have to do it in a proper way, and blah, 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 and what have you not. And again, let's just for the sake of it say we take 1% away as a you know, 1% is just plain false. Then you take 1% away from every fucking statistic or every number. You don't, because this is what Linux users will do. They will say like, oh well, Linux is definitely wrong, or Windows is definitely wrong by 1 or 2%. Linux is not, though, because Linux is open source and it's accurately represented. And unknown is definitely 90%, if not 100% Linux also. So they will definitely put these two together. Can I not do this? They will put these two together, for sure. I've seen it many times. Or they will take 50% of this and put it onto Linux. Yeah, be skeptical about how they're presented. That perfectly said. Like, do I believe, personally, as a person, do I believe 100% on this bullshit? No. I don't believe anything I see on the internet 100%. But this is the best indicator. Let me put it another way. This is the best tool to use because this is the tool every Linux YouTuber use. Or most Linux YouTuber use. Because if I was using another statistics site, they would say, oh, that statistics site is wrong, it's gathering data the wrong way, and they will have a lot of valid arguments. However, I'm using the same site as the fanboys are using. I am using the same site the fanboys are using. So if their numbers are right and mine is bad, or the way they interpret it is wrong and mine is bad, then this site is useless. Because here's the thing, people tend to forget one thing. I like Linux more than Windows. I want Linux to be better than Windows. I am a Linux fan. I love Linux more than Windows. And then they're like, why are you not using Linux more? Because Linux don't do what I need it to do. I'm not together with a girl just because, oh, she looks nice. You know, if it don't do what I need it to do, I am not using it. I'm using the best tool for the job. Heck, I like macOS better than Windows. But Windows, by now, for now, do what I need it to do the best. I have the option. I'm lucky enough to have the options of choosing the best tool for the job. And for me, with my work, my life, what I'm doing right now, that is Windows. With a little bit of side bitches called macOS and a side bitch called Ubuntu on a laptop. But I primarily use Windows. You can be a fan. You can like something more than something else and still not using it. Heck, my favorite OS is not even existing anymore. The OS I wish took over the world don't exist anymore. My perfect OS is dead. And I don't understand the Linux brain rot. Why they can't get into that. It drives me up the fucking wall. It's like looking at a fucking person with a blowtorch burning their hand and say, I'm burning up, it's hurting. Like, you stop using the fucking blowtorch. And no, I can't, I really like it. It's the best thing ever. It's better than all the other blowtorches. But you're killing yourself. I don't care. Like, that's what I feel like when I'm talking with Linux users. They do all of this mental fucking gymnastics to bend the world. They are like flat earthers, man. They do all this mental gymnastics to bend the world into something it's not. If they were just honest about what we see, if they were honest about how Linux really is, I would not have a fucking YouTube channel. Like, let's be honest, my channel would be dead. I would be doing other things. But they are so fucking delusional, it's not even funny sometimes. Yeah, you're supposed to rebuild your whole life around the fucking Linux distribution. BOS is my favorite OS of all times. It's the best, like the Haiku OS. But it's not really BOS. Yeah, you're using the wrong. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like, and hey, this is the dangerous, or not the dangerous thing, but this is why Linux is a cult. Okay, you see highly intelligent people saying the same arguments. You are seeing young, old, middle-aged people using the same argument. So let's do a little bit of typing and telling again here. Oh, I could really fucking use the hotdogs right now. Okay, peeps. Linux, the cult leader's in here. Lamer is in the building. Give me the word every FOSS Linux user say about FOSS and Linux. So, it's open source. It's secure. Come at me. How bad is Unix porn? It's actually okay. Let's use some of the speaking points we had later today. Oh, it doesn't spy on you. Oh, dude, I did not know it ran that bad on fucking... How is that graphic card? I'm thinking about getting one on my own. How is it? How bad is it? How good is it? It's open source, it's secure, you have control, you own it, no spying, anti-corpo, freedom. Yeah, the gaming consoles wars is funny, yeah. Yeah, but can you let me know what you think about that graphic card, because I'm thinking about buying it. It's either that or 5070. Yeah, I may fucking get it, man. Yeah, but here's the thing. The Nvidia cards are a little bit better for like DaVinci Resolve and stuff like that, so, you know. Insulted me for using Red Hat because they are under the assumption that Red Hat is outdated and, oh goddammit, Lord. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, open source doesn't matter if you're not a developer. I'm Scooby, yeah. What are the words that every Linux user, YouTuber, and Linux fanboy and FOSS advocate are saying about FOSS and Linux? You know, like, what are the words they are using? No forced updates. You know, things that someone will say and you know that they are fanboy. Well, is open source, it's just their services are not so much open source. More private. Yeah, exactly, Lord. Secure. Use less power. So that both memory and stuff like that. Configure it as you want. We are making a bingo list. Faster is debatable, but yeah, they do say that. Speed. But it is debatable. It depends on what you're doing, you know. I have not heard that you can play any game you like. I've not heard that. Like, not consistently. I've not heard that with the scheduler either. It has to be something that is consistently being said. You know, like if someone say that they are Linux/FOSS fanboy, you know 100% they're going to say most of these things. Run on anything? Yeah, kinda. Runs the world? I'm giving you a bingo list. So if you're talking to a FOSS or Linux fanboy, or girl, of course, and you get a full fucking bingo, you have to take a shot of something. You can make it into a drinking game one day. No, I've not heard that a lot either. Android is lit. Nah, no. They're just not consistent enough, sadly enough. They kind of sometimes only have appeared like the last few years. Oh, no. Terminal is the best. 99% of you, that's a good one, yeah. Even though that's massively false, but yeah. So the 99% of servers run Linux is 99% of web servers run Linux, not all servers, but web servers. I think only 50 or 49% of all servers run actually Linux. No, it's actually under 50%, 40-something% of all server jobs is done by Linux. If your wife doesn't switch to Linux, you should divorce her. Well, here's the thing, Palwas. If FOSS and Linux guys are so into sharing, openness, that means that they should really nearly give up their wives and girlfriends to the community. That's an open door. They should just, you know, if you want to fuck their fucking wife or girlfriend, they should let you. You know, it's all about giving back to the community, sharing with the people, you know. Open legs, open source, same shit. 40% of assurances are run. Yeah, but if you look at like all server roles that are being fulfilled by the server market, I think it's only like 42 or 48, 40-something% is Linux based. And that is with that in mind. How many times couldn't Linux erase... No, that's like runs on anything that's kind of in there with the server thingy. The dual boot thing is still not a consistent one. It's definitely not superior. Like 40-something% is good, but it's not the majority. So anyway, let's stick with this just for the fun of it. If you talk to someone, let's say I talk to Jinx, and some of the first things he say is all of these things here, or most of these things here. Then I talk to Palwas. Randomly, I just meet Palwas in a bar, and he says all of these things here. Then I meet Command, randomly somewhere, I don't know who the fuck he is. He's saying most of these things here. Then randomly, I'm meeting Scoopy, eating the Scoopy snacks, and he's saying randomly most of these randomly things here. I don't know them, they don't know each other. That will mean that they are part of the same fucking thing, aka a cult, right? This is a manifesto, or the outline of a manifesto. If you debate a Linux user, a FOSS fanboy, they will come up with these arguments. They go into a spiral where they will just regurgitate the same fucking thing. Go to any Linux YouTuber, watch some of their videos, and see how many of these things you can fill out. When this is the case, when people are saying the same shit over and over, they may rephrase the wording, but they're saying the same thing over and over again. This is a known thing called Stu to indoctrinate people into their ranks, basically. It's called indoctrinations. You say the same shit over and over and over and over again, because then people will start to believe it. If you go to like 10 Linux YouTubers, or just 2 or 3 or 4 Linux YouTubers, and almost all of their videos, they have most of these words in them. It's being told to you so much that a lot of people start to fucking believe it. Again, it's a known tactic cults use to indoctrinate people. Repetition. And here's another thing. What do they do? What do religion also do? Well, you will be punished if you don't do what we do. So what is the punishment? What is the punishment? All of these things are things I've heard on consistent basis from Linux YouTubers, Fuss fanboys, and stuff like that. So, what group of people have a thing to say over and over again? And if you are part of us, or if you are not part of us and follow our things, something bad is, you are a bad person. You don't care about, you get the idea, you don't care about privacy, you get the idea. So, the Linux community have a repetition bullet points that they are giving out. They also have well, if you are not with us, you are basically a bad person. If we are talking religion, if you're with us, you will go to heaven, and I was about to say hell. You're going to heaven, everything is fine. We will help you, you're part of the community. But if you don't do what we want you to do, you are a sinner, you're going to hell, you are a bad person. Do Windows people say this about Linux users? Or Mac users? No. Not even politics do it to this degree, command. In politics, you're just like, you're on the wrong side of history or a bad person, but they don't go into this kind of, well, radical, yeah, probably, but you get what I'm coming at here. Windows users don't say this about Linux users. Mac users don't say this about Linux users. This is why you should use Mac or Windows over Linux, and then they have like a bullet point that every Windows and Mac user will say, and if you don't agree and follow with them, well, you are a bad person because this you don't care about X, Y, and Z. The only place in tech that have this kind of like religious cultist doctrine is Linux. Like, think about it. Well, probably Sparky, but really think about it. I can't be the only one seeing the connection here. Also, how many Windows fanboys do you see going on to Linux videos talking about how bad Linux is and they should really use Windows or Mac OS? Almost never. But if there is a fucking Mac video or if there's a fucking Linux video, you get the disciples of Linux coming in there and being dickheads. Saying these kind of things up here, I'm pointing at the screen, but saying these things up here, and if you are not part of us, this is what you really are as a person. Like, this is not fucking, like, rocket science. This is like, when I discovered this, like, 15-ish years ago, was when I started to take a really big step away from Linux. Because I noticed, as a person, I would just be saying whatever my favorite YouTuber told me to say about Linux, or whatever Richard Stallman or Linus Torvalds, mostly Richard Stallman, was saying about Linux and proprietary software. I was just basically becoming a parrot for them. Without any fucking evidence. Any concrete, proven evidence that they were right. Well, this 100,000 subscriber person or this tech person say this, so therefore they must be right. And then I would be saying all of these words up here, and I would be saying, and if you don't believe me, you're supporting companies that are bad for the environment, that are bad for developers, that are bad for ownership. You are basically supporting evil people, and you're an evil person for doing it. I would be doing exactly this fucking shit until I realized, shit, I might as well just fucking become a Christian or whatever, you know. Because I'm basically treating Linux as a church. At the best. A cult as its worst. You get what I'm coming at? Yeah, even Linux crap on Linux desktop. Yeah, you're right. Had to set up all software and Litus ran everything. Yeah. A network tech. Of course, there are Windows fanboys, there are Mac OS fanboys, there are fanboys of everything. But like I said, just go on to your random fucking Windows video, your random fucking Mac video, and you will see Linux people creep up more than you think. Versus going on to Linux videos, you rarely see a Mac person or Windows person creep up. Yeah, Linus don't like Windows, so of course you don't. Yeah, that's why I use Ubuntu today, just to fuck with them. Like, I honestly believe that in the tech world, Linux has become a cult. It's not like a bad cult. Like, it's not like they're going out and doing criminal thing and kidnapping fucking babies and stuff like that. But it's become a cult for pseudo-intellectuals, for lack of a better word. Because most Linux users are not that fucking smart. Most Linux users don't know that fucking much about anything related to tech. They just happen to understand how to put an ISO on a USB device and installing it on their computer. And now they think they're this Übermensch, like I talked about before. But most Linux users don't know much about... They don't even know much about Linux. It's another thing you should ask yourself. Linux has been around. Let's just call it as a viable desktop since 2000, so for 25 years. Why is it that most Linux users only have been using Linux for fucking 2 or 3 years? Why is it most Linux users you see trying to debate other people on the internet have only used Linux for 2 to 3 years, while Linux has been around as a viable desktop for 25 years? It's because most people don't stick with fucking Linux. Linux has a retention problem. That is why the market share is where it is. When they lose one, another one comes in. That's why it's somewhat stable. Linux it's really hard to find people that have been using Linux since the 90s. It's really hard to find people that have been using Linux before 2010. When actually in 2010, 11, 12 was when Linux became super easy. You know. Jinx, what happened? Someone just triggered the living shit out of me. That was happened. I just spurred out for like 30 minutes or something like that. And I missed you, but you get what I'm coming at. Who is claiming that on his own make a game engine and overcomplicate every joke we made. Oh god. Yeah. Linux fanatics. Yeah. Like, there is a lot of good people that run Linux, don't get me wrong, but this is the public side of Linux we're talking about. Yeah, Kenny. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a good game. Yeah. No, but like, this is what religion do. This is what cults do. They have a mantra, something that is being repeated over and over again by its users and its leaders. These things here, and then there is a massively negative if you don't follow along. If you don't become part of us, you are these bad things. And that is why I honestly believe that Linux, at least for in the tech world, is somewhat of a tech cult. Tesla is kind of getting there, to be honest. Like Tesla owners. Exactly, Don. Exactly, yeah. C# is a good fucking development language. I wish it was more universally supported. I don't engage with... The only time I engage with Linux users is on livestream. I stop reading my comment. I may respond to one in a month or something like that. I stopped engaging with YouTube comments because of the plain rotted fucking Linux users. Because most of the fucking comments are fucking bad. Or good old Windows 10. Using Unity. Yeah. Go should be a fun one. Goland should be fun to work with. Yeah, you don't have to deal with inheritance and stuff like that if you like really deal with it if you don't want to. I kind of like Unity was shit. Unity was shit for a long time. And then when Unity actually was really good, they canned it. Yeah, read the fucking manual. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Smith. Yeah. Well, it's about to lose its feature support. This is another thing. Oh, Windows 10 is getting end of life. Yeah, no. It's stopping getting more features. It's still getting security updates. Like that's you can still use it. I think it's for like 3 or 4 more years. You just won't get any more new features. And you will only get like an update a month, I think it is. Which probably, like, most people probably like that. They only have to reboot once a month. I honestly don't think the naming has too much to do with the Linux support. The thing just is that the nature of working in the frameworks of Linux and GNU is super fucking difficult. Because it becomes either it's 90% politics and 10% working, or you have to went through hoops and leaps and spend extra time and losing resources because it has to be done the GNU Linux way and all that fucking bullshit. And you have to inherit to the GPL, and it's just a mess. Yeah, join the Linux cult today. They've said that every time. Every time a Windows version loses support, there are thousands of videos that now Linux will take over. Never happens. No. They said that they will still get security updates for 1 or 2 extra more years. The only updates you're not getting security updates. They will never. Here's the thing. I can almost say this is 100 guarantee. It's not really going. It's going end of support or end of features. If you get what I'm coming at. So let's say there comes a new DirectX version. It won't get that. At least the next maybe 20 years. Because you never know in the future. But let's say the next 20 years. There is a 99% chance, a 95% chance, or whatever you're comfortable with, that Linux will never take over the desktop in that time span. And at that time, we probably are moving over to another OS paradigm. Windows will not even be around back then. End of technical and security updates will 10 after 10 years. We'll no longer receive free updates, technical assisting, or security fixes. So yeah, you're right. You're not getting security fixes. Yeah, you can of course pay your way of, pay for it, updates. They always had that options. Linux' biggest problem is the lack of focus. Lack of focus, because look at universal package managers. It don't matter which one of them it is. I think app images was first, then flat and snap packages came. Why not just do one? And here's the thing. It has to come from the community. It has to come from the community. The community has to say, we are focusing on one of them. But that's the problem. If a company comes in and say, we want to support Linux 100%, but we can't support 10,000 distributions, so we are choosing whatever, let's just say Fedora. People will get angry, they will try and forget. A lot of shit is not going to get done because they have to fucking debate the way, and then they're just like, you know what? We're not going to make any money or any worthwhile money on this bullshit anyway. And if you guys are just bitching and moaning and complaining, you know what? Fuck you! And then they're going away. Linux users have to understand that supporting Linux as it is today on the desktop is companies being nice to you. They are giving you something they don't have to give you. They are doing you a fucking favor. And that they then start to bitch and moan about how they're doing it. Like, if I'm doing something for free for you and you're telling me how to do it, do your fucking job yourself then. Don't ask me to put up a drywall and then tell me how to do my job if I'm not getting paid for it. Then fuck off, do it yourself, you fucking idiot. But that's how Linux users are. They are so entitled. It's so funny to watch. Some company comes, oh, you're supporting the wrong distro. Why are you making a snap package, another flat package? Blah, 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 blah. Hey, fucker, you're getting a free shit, okay? Just be happy. You're getting a free meal. Eat it. If you don't like the vegetables, throw them the fuck away. Or don't eat the meal at all. You're getting a freebie here, okay? Be fucking grateful. Be fucking grateful. But nope. We know better because we have used Linux for 3 years. We are the Uber technicians. We are smarter than anyone else working in IT and software because I am a Linux user. Like, do they ever fucking listen to the fucking shit coming out of their mouth? Like, come on, dudes. Like, the Linux community actually makes me not want to run Linux as a desktop. I've been debating, because the games I play now works under Linux. I have a PlayStation now also, so I can play all the games I want to play on PC on Linux. And I'm like, why the fuck should I give them that satisfaction? Because they will morph it into something it's not. Like, I don't... And if I need help, I have to deal with the bullshit fucking community. That's why everything I learn on Linux, I try to learn on my own, because I did not want to deal with the toxic motherfuckers. Yeah, I betrayed the PC master race. Yeah, Sparky. Yeah, they forget about that. Yeah. Yeah, they forget about that. Hey, welcome back, Lamer. Yeah, it's just... But it wants... Yeah, well, it wants free BSD, so... It's running free BSD, so we should probably be happy about that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it is... what the fuck? It's called something... It has a weird name. It's called Orbius OS, and it's based on FreeBSD 9. And I think they used it all the way since the PlayStation 1. Well, one of the most popular gaming platforms is running Frost software, or at least running a Unix-like system. So that would mean that a lot of advancement has gone into FreeBSD gaming, right? 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 No. Not at all. Yeah, it was also running BSD and PlayStation 5. I don't think they're talking about what OS. It's probably running the same OS. It would make sense to just stay with the same OS. Yeah, it works for PlayStation. It must be good for my desktop. Well, that's how Steam Deck users think. Or Linux thinks towards Steam Deck. It works on Steam Deck, and Steam Deck is running Linux, so therefore anything that they do for the Steam Deck must be good for, like desktop Linux. That's what they're saying. You know. It was compiled with GCC. Yay. Yeah, Gurada is the best fucking useless operating system in the world. Gotcha. The best way to use Linux is not using it at all. It is... As a desktop user, as a home desktop user, I honestly don't see many benefits or reasons why to use it. In the corporate world, it's like as a workstation, as a development station, as a station running company software, I can see many benefits of doing it. Or reasons to do it. LibreOffice is a fucking mess. Like, LibreOffice is such a fucking... I use it at work and I use it at home because I don't do much word processing. But if I'm really serious about the word processing I want to do, I just use Google Docs. Google Docs is 10,000 better. 10 times 1,000 better than LibreOffice. What Linux users are hiding to be so scared? What are they? They are not hiding anything. But if you think you found the holy grail of computing, and you have found the best computing tool ever, okay? And it has become your whole identity. Well, if Linux failed, you have failed. That's why. Because if Linux fail, all of the things here you set to your friends and families and all of these things you're set to on countless videos and forum posts and stuff like that means that you were wrong. You were failed. So they can't have Linux fail. They're not really hiding anything. They're protecting something. They are protecting their egos. That's why they have a really hard time of agreeing with bad things about Linux and FOSS. Because they're advocating so highly for it. Like, if you talk to like a sales representative for a company, they rarely say bad things about this thing they're trying to sell you. Because it's their job not to do it. And then they get fired, and they will say, yeah, it's a piece of shit, so you should not use it. You know, they will tell you all the fucking wrong things about it. But it's kind of the same thing with Linux users. They become the salesperson. They are the missionaries. They are the disciples. So if Linux fail, they are wrong. Where if you don't give a fuck, if you just prefer Linux, but you don't really care if it's more secure, more stable, or if it's the best thing since sliced bread and sex, and it's the best OS in the world. If you I just like using it. If it wins, it wins. If it fails, I don't care. I just like using it. Then you don't have to defend it. There's no need, because you're not ego changed in with it, or what it's called. Your ego and the product is not merged together. It's just like, oh, as long as this is supported, this is my favorite thing to use, or my preferred thing to use. If something better comes up, or something else comes up, I'll be using that. Ask a Linux and FOSS fanboy this. If another OS comes around, would you use it if it was better, more stable, more secure, more efficient than Linux? Would you run it? Most will say no. There is the problem. They may ask, what if it's TNU or FOSS driven? Let's say it is. Will you run it? More likely say maybe. But if you say no, it's another license we have never heard of before. Can I see the source code? You kind of can. They will still say no. Because for most people, most of those Linux users, Linux, the OS is meaningless to them. It don't matter. They don't care. It's the tribe. It's the religion. It's the idea. That's what they care about. Like, if you think about it, people that are in a cult, it's not so much what the fuck the cult stands for they care about. It's, I belong here. People like me here. I'm accepted here. I am part of a community here. That's really what they care the most about. The same with politics. So they're willing to say something they really don't believe in to be part of the tribe, yes. To be part of the group. To be accepted. Because, again, like I said before, and this sounds really bad, but let's be honest here. When you look at Linux users and you look at Linux YouTubers, the vast majority of them are not like the prom queen and the prom king, okay? They are not the ones you see in a picture book most likely to succeed in their yearbook. Again, I'm not pretty. I'm an ugly motherfucker, okay? But think about it. Do most Linux users and Linux YouTubers, do they have so many social obligations that they barely can fucking find time to do the Linux thing? No. That's why they do the Linux thing, because they have so much free time to do it. There are random, there are outliers, but not, like, just calling it as I see it here. Nothing wrong with it. Again, I'm an ugly motherfucker. And again, I don't have a big social network. And again, yeah, I have too much free time. That's why I can do this shit. I'm one of them. But at least I fucking recognize I'm one of them. There's a reason why I was not running around on forums in the 2000s and bitching and moaning about Linux to Windows users. Because back then, I had a massive social life. I had a job. I worked out 6 days a week. I didn't have time to sit and be terminally online all the time. But the hardcore fan... I'm not saying everyone, but like hardcore fanboys, Windows, proprietary software haters. Look at what kind of people that you're dealing with. Like, I'm talking about like the fanatics here. Look at who you're dealing with. This is the only thing they have in their life. They finally found a place they belong. They found their tribe. So they're going to defend it as much as they can. As much as they can. Because if that fails, they don't belong anywhere anymore. They are back to being a loser, so to speak. That makes no sense with the privacy thing. Yeah, that's not even, Smith, that's not even comparable, in my opinion. That's a difference between being private and what is the word? Having too much firepower. Which is not even close to being the same. Like, you're too much potential power versus being private. It would be like, do I really need, like, the 10-foot fucking gate in front of my house kind of thing? That would make a little bit more sense. Yes, you do need a gate, but do you need, like, a 10-foot fucking nuclear-resistant gate in front of your house? Where it's a little bit overkill. But Linux privacy argument is by obscurity. That's what they use the most. Nobody knows much about Linux. That would be like, yes, I can have a cabin in the wood that I never lock the door in, and I may never get burglarized. But that don't mean I'm more secure than the same cabin being in the city, locked. It just means that they don't know where it is. But if they knew where it is, they would have an easier time getting in that cabin. And that's the real security. When someone finds it, how easy is it to get access to it? It's not like, oh, you can't find it. It has a little bit of merit in that if you don't know something exists, you won't attack it. But people know Linux exists, okay? That's the issue here. It's not obscure anymore. Linux is not obscure anymore. Yeah, I do. I love putting Linux on old machines. Yeah. I actually want more old laptops to put Linux on, to be honest. I may buy like a, I don't know, like a $500, not even a maybe maybe a $500 or $200 laptop this month, and then just put Linux on it. Like like find a lightweight Linux distribution and put on. I have like one from 2018 that run Ubuntu. May get like an old HP or sorry, maybe some weird laptop I've never used before and put Linux on it. You know, I don't care much about Fedora. And flat packages is not much better than snap packages, no. They are as bad. All you really are saying is I just like one dot format better than the other because of personal, non-technical reasons. Because if you go into the technical debate about flat and snap packages, they are equally bad. They are equally fucking things up. They are equally doing things in a worse way. And they are equally not sandboxing. And they are equally giving people problems that they were trying to solve. Oh yeah, the whole like paranoid thing. Yeah, I will get you with that one, Smith. Like people think they're more important than they are. Nobody gives a fuck about your fucking naked picture. As long as they are not of kids, then you should of course get fucking thrown in jail. But like nobody cares about you in a fucking gimp suit. There have been so many videos done by professional security people, professional software people that have looked into flat packages and snap packages, and where one may win in one area, the other one wins in another area. They are equally fucking as bad. And they are not really sandboxing. Because if they were really sandboxing, you would not have access to your fucking webcam and your microphone and all that fucking shit. That goes against the purpose of sandboxing. They would not even have access to your file system. They are somewhat... You know how to fucking search on YouTube. Search Google. There are no fucking statistic that say that is true. That is just some bullshit you make up. Funny enough, there are probably more corporate support for snap packages than there is flat packages. You tried. Okay, read the design papers of flat packages and read the design papers of snap packages. That's your schoolwork for tomorrow. Linux sucks. Yeah, like... I think most of the flat packages are maintained by the community, and most of the snap packages are actually maintained by the actual developers. Which means a lot. Like, that should tell you a lot. I'm using Vivaldi. Where are the websites? I have tried, not the new Cosmic DE, but the old Cosmic DE, and I don't care for it. It's just another wasteful, what is it called? Basically just wasting a lot of resources trying to fix something that don't need to be fixed. So if I go to download, what do I have here? I don't even think there's a fucking snap package. No, there's no snap package. But it's officially supported in the Snap Store. let's see if there is a oh, it seems like they are also supporting. They are also making this one. So they are. Okay, this package is maintained by, but not yet officially endorsed by the. So it's not. So they maintain it, but they don't officially support it. Red Hat Enterprise Linux is the worst Linux distribution if you care about anything that deals with privacy, data collection, anti-corporationism, corporationism, or what it's called. Basically, people say Ubuntu is the Microsoft and Google of Linux. No. That's Red Hat. Red Hat is the Microsoft and Google of Linux. Red Hat is doing more shady shit than any other Linux distribution have ever done. And now it's Canonical is 10 times 1,000 better. Have Canonical killed off a distribution because it took money away from its market share? Nope. Red Hat has. Have Canonical taken over a project and demanding majority votes in its council? Nope. Red Hat have. Is Canonical the biggest proprietary one of the biggest proprietary company in the world? Nope. IBM is. They own Red Hat. Like, all of the things that people hate Canonical for, you should hate Red Hat for the exact same. They do the exact same thing and gotten even worse when IBM took them over. I don't know why people are so fucking lenient towards Red Hat. It makes no fucking sense. Yeah, the Mafia. Yeah. Because Red Hat has done a lot of fucking weird shit in the Linux community. Because you have to think about this. Red Hat is a for-profit company. Red Hat only cares about making a lot of fucking money. So Fedora bad, not really. But Red Hat can do with Fedora what they want if they want to. It's the same problem you have with Valve. Okay? Valve is a massive multi-billion-dollar corporate proprietary company. Everything the Linux community stands against. But they love it because Proton and the Steam Deck. Have Valve done anything massively bad to Linux or the consumers? Not really. But it has been thrown into court many times for monopoly charges, use of a monopoly, being a monopoly, and it's super anti-developer. Again, Valve is a company no Linux user should support. But hey, we're getting gaming under Linux. By the way, you don't own the game. 99% of them is proprietary software. 99% of them is taking more data than Windows does. I could go on and on. You know, but hey, Chloe, even before they got bought by Red Hat or IBM, they were really bad, okay? They were really bad. But here's the thing. Red Hat was one of the only big players in Linux before Canonical kind of took over. So a lot of development efforts was dependent on Red Hat. So a lot of Linux users do what they do the best, being massive hypocrites. And just say, okay, it's bad if Microsoft or Google is doing it. But it's okay if we do it because it's benefiting Linux. So you can't steal. You can't be a dickhead, but we can. Because Linux. Yeah, cocaine is a drug, yeah. Write a seal and Canonical. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. If you don't like Canonical, let's look at what distributions on DistroWatch you should not like. That do the exact same fucking bullshit. Let's look at them, peeps. To some degree, Pop OS, Fedora, OpenSUSE, Sorion, Elementary OS. And I'm not talking about based on Ubuntu distributions. I'm talking about distributions that are actually doing or a lot of the things you won't like. And I'll explain why some of them. Where are we? U4 maybe? Deepen? Linux FX? Red Hat, of course. I'm just taking the top, the one in the click list here. And I will, of course, forget some. TrueNAS, I think, is also not that good of a distro. Partis. But here's the thing. If you don't like Canonical, therefore Ubuntu, you should not run any Ubuntu-based distribution. It's that simple. If you don't like Canonical, don't run any Ubuntu-based distribution. Because they are benefiting 95% of Ubuntu's work. So, they are using mostly unmodified Ubuntu code. So you're supporting Ubuntu. Yeah, Ubuntu has always been good to me also. Like, I've almost had no problem. The same with Debian. Debian is super stable, yeah. Oh, things are bad with Elementary OS. They are not that good. I don't think I've seen Eric Murphy. I hate Ubuntu, but Mint is good. Unintelligent Linux user, exactly. But let's just look into these here. Pop OS, well, it's Pop OS, for-profit, let's call it open source company, but all they care about is making money. They want to outcompete other distributions. Just because they are open and it's open source and open hardware don't mean that they're particularly good. They are doing what companies do to try to make money. Yeah, opacity. You make a new profile and you change the opacity. I can't remember where the fuck it is hidden in. Oh, where the fuck do the transparent? So you uncheck this one. You uncheck this one, you do this one, and then you can fuck around with it. You have to uncheck system colors, uncheck transparent from systems theme, and then use this one here. If it don't work, I don't know, you must have a bug or something like that. I honestly don't know. Jinx, that was called CentOS. CentOS was basically an LTS version of Fedora. Well, it was basically Red Hat, but you could make it into a LTS version of Fedora that cost no money, required no account, and benefited from Red Hat services. Why they killed it? Well, No, you could enable. Well, that's what an LTS release is. Slow updates. If you want LTS, you get slow updates. Every LTS or long-term release, like Debian is a 2-year release, Ubuntu LTS is a 2-year release. That's what you get with LTS release. You get slow updates. But you could enable the Fusion, RPM Fusion repositories, and get a little bit more updates. Yeah, CentOS for you got more than you got. I think it was every 3rd year you got an update or something like that. No, I've not worked on it. Well, I have kind of worked on embedded systems. If you think of Raspberry Pi as a embedded system, then yes, I do like Plasma. So we have dealt with a for-profit company, which is bad apparently because it cares more about the money than anything else in the Linux world. Fedora, we just talked about that. I've done a lot of well, one of them I can't talk about. A lot of personal stuff on Arduino, and then some stuff for a company. That is being used and is making is maybe becoming a product in not so long that the company is trying to sell. Fedora, we already talked about why that's bad. OpenSUSE, well, it's backed up by SUSE, that is for profit, somewhat proprietary company, has proprietary technologies. It only exists because of SUSE. So Sorion, for-profit company, they steal a lot of technologies and put their own name in it and change a little bit and call it their invention, even though 99% of the code or 90% of the code is taken for someone else. They have a really hard time credit the authors that they're standing or the developers that they are quote-unquote borrowing from. Again, I think it's a for-profit company, but at least they're in it for make money. They have a paid version that they want to push on people. Again, all things that are bad for Linux users. Elementary OS want to make a company out of it, care more about money than the end user. They want to make money, bad for the end user, bad if you are a pure Linux person. Debian Linux, I don't need to say more. They take telemetry, they take data, it's a Chinese distribution. Again, for a profit company, which is all bad for a Linux user if you are a hardcore Linux user. The same can be said for Linux FS. Not only does it do all of those things, it also tries to become a carbon copy of Windows. All are bad for the Linux fanboys. Red Hat talked about why this is bad for the Linux fanboys. TrueNAS, backed up by a corporate entity, run by a corporate entity, have potentially a lot of proprietary shit in it. All are bad words and bad for a Linux fanboy. Parties run by the Turk. No, this is not the one. This is another one I'm thinking about then. Microsoft used Red Hat. What do you? Microsoft used Red Hat. They have used Red Hat since the 2000s. They have Red Hat servers on campus. I don't care about terminal editors. I really don't. Oh, I can. Yeah, bad. Jinx, bad. Yeah, again, Chloe, you're so right. Yeah. You're so right. It's just like, if you don't like Canonical, you should not run any Ubuntu-based distribution. And a lot of the things Canonical do, every other Linux company do the same shit. Like, if it's a company, they do it. Because that's how they stay alive. That's how they pay the bills, because you are not going to do it. If you actually donated money to run your distribution, you will have a better argument for them not doing what they're doing. because you were willing to pay for the distribution. Here's the thing: either companies like Canonical, Red Hat, SUSE, Sorian, Mint, I forgot about Mint. Either they do what they need to do to make money, or you pay for the distro. How many in here would pay $10 for a distribution? It's stock standard Ubuntu. There's nothing to show. It's stock standard GNOME or Ubuntu desktop. NetBSD is just a more network-centered BSD distribution with more focus on. This is it. You are looking at it right now. This is the custom. I changed it to black. I changed the icon size. Bob's your uncle. That's it. I've not done anything. That's it. That you're looking at the customization. Oh, I changed the accent color to green. No, I'm not on I'm on Ubuntu. I've not run FreeBSD as a desktop in years. Yeah, I haven't paid for Windows in years either. So you pay for Ubuntu. Most people would not. Oh yeah. You can run FreeBSD as a desktop. Super, not easy. Like DistroTube had a hard time getting it done. You know. Well, yeah, Chloe, the same here. So I technically paid for Windows many years ago because I'm using the same license. Yeah, so OEMs pays about $10 per license, if even that. If even that. Yeah, you could go on a CD key site and get super cheap keys, yeah. So that can either be that the ISO you're using has a pre-coded license key on it, or the CPU has a... What kind of CPU are you using? Because there could be like an OEM license tied to the motherboard, or most likely the CPU. Most likely the CPU. Or both of them, basically. But yeah, like there is a key... If it's like a pro laptop, like a business laptop, there could be like a license on a chip somewhere that basically self-activate. No, what laptop is it? Like what kind of laptop is it? Not CPU, laptop. Or desktop. If it's a pro consumer or a business created laptop, they may be in there. So if you get a lot of Lenovo's and stuff like that, they have keys in there that just self-activate. And if you're using recovery, so if you install Windows via a recovery partition, they will have the license key in there also. Well, you have paid for it when you bought the computer, so. Yeah, there will never be the one distribution. Because Linux users won't allow that. The community won't allow that. They really won't allow that. Because the Linux users, or the people developing for Linux also to some degree, is a bunch of self-righteous narcissistic maniacs, if you ask me. They won't work together, they won't blah 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 blah. Yeah, fuck them, Jinx. You need to move back to Poland. Some people are just weird, man. Some people are just super weird. We will be neighbors soon. Are you building a tent outside of my room? Or my apartment? Yeah, Microsoft really don't care about you how you activate their system. Like I said, I just called the AI training robot, and I spent like 10 minutes talking to the robot, and like I would not mind it. I need some more friends. Some more sane friends that are not fucking stupid in their head, so you're more than welcome. Yeah, Microsoft really don't care. The only thing Microsoft care about is you using their technology. Because Microsoft don't make money on Windows. I have it didn't like your furry porn. I don't even think 8% is. I honestly don't even think it's that high anymore, Sparky. Would I pay? I would probably pay for Ubuntu, yeah. I would probably do that, yeah. There is a lot of this. There is a lot of distributions I would not pay for, but there's also a lot of distributions I would pay for. Like, but it depends on how much. Like $100 for distribution, no fucking way. Like no fucking way. But if it was like $20, maybe 30. But anything between $10 to $20, I would gladly pay. Yeah, I would pay 10. Yeah, I would pay like £20 or €20 for it. Yeah. 20, 30, yes. Oh, Chloe, are you from Canada? So let me get this right. 20 Canadian dollars is like $1, something like that, right? Like your currency is super fucking weak right now. I do watch a lot of Canadian YouTubers lately, I noticed. It just seems to be a little bit more, you know, level-headed. Linus is Canadian, that's right, yeah. Okay, so it's only like, okay, I got you. So it's like 25% less, I got it. Yeah, $20 is not unheard of, no. I like this song. Yeah. Like, but here's the thing: most Linux users are not going to pay for Linux because they want free shit. They just won't. Sadly enough, of course, because that means that you become less dependent on corporate money. You know. Apparently, it's like 26. It was 26 degrees in Warsaw today, and I'm sitting here in Denmark with like 13 degrees and freezing my testicles off. Celsius. So you basically just want to pay a penny for your fucking distribution, then? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of companies are like super heavy into the whole Microsoft ecosystem, and a lot of Microsoft technologies works really well with Macs. Like really well. I do had some problems with Macs and printers where I had to recertify a fucking HP printer, or else it would not like print. No Windows computer cared about the certification for the printer being out of date, but not the Linux, the Mac computer did not like it. And then I had to go into the web interface of the printer and just do refresh certification, and then it lasts for the next 2 or 3 years, and now it prints. Windows just didn't give a fuck. It's like, yep. HP, I have the drivers, I'm printing. But Mac OS, they fucking wanted you to make sure that the certification was up to date. And I think it's some sort of security certification, something like that. So there are probably a good reason for it, but it was just like, okay. If the printer stopped working, you know why. It's just like, I refreshed the certification. I never in my life had to do that on a printer before. Never. Yeah, that's normal, Jinx. You can get a cheat or a bypass you can put in, or you have to fucking put the blueprint in. It's not that it don't need it for black and white. It's like, it just don't like running out of ink because it can hurt the container and stuff like that. So printers are weird like that. If I'm going to buy a printer next, like for myself, I'm getting like a laser printer. I don't want to deal with coloring and all that fucking shit. If you want anything in color, I can send it via email. I don't know why a lot of people need color, unless you're like in a publishing firm, of course, but most people need black and white, so just get a laser printer. Because we are going to print like manuals or bills out anyway. We're not going to print photos out like we used to do back in the day, because all that is digital now anyway. But yeah, HP is the fucking worst, yeah. Furry lumberjack girls. Jinx, are you secretly a furry? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Well, companies do a lot of like billing and stuff like that in paper form. Shipping a manifest, They do a lot of printing. But you just need a laser printer for that. Labels for parcels and stuff like that. Which is mostly done on lasers anyway, but, Oh, I have a fucking cramp in my pecs. Oh, I'm just getting too high blood pressure from getting angry at Linux people, I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird fucking thing, dude. My ass is hurt. I'm sitting down too much. I need like a desk I can stand on. Not stand on. I can rise so I can stand with it. But they are super heavy. But I kind of want one. But then I have to unplug everything. This is the biggest fuck. This is what I hate about getting new desks, is that all of the fucking moving shit off and on it, and then you have to dispose your. It's been one of the staples pre-releases I ever run from Ubuntu. I had no issue with it, and it runs perfectly fine. Well, I had one issue. I attached a monitor to it, to my laptop, and the speakers in the monitor went mental. They tweaked out like or something like that. All you had to do was just changing audio source once time, and it just stopped doing it. And it went away after like a day after an update. But other than that, it runs super fucking good. Super good. Like, I really, really enjoy it. But Ubuntu have always been a good distro in my opinion. Yeah, printers are fucking weird, man. And it's so, like, printers are so proprietary nowadays that it's so stupid. It's almost like if you buy one brand of printer, you almost have to buy their brand of fucking paper also. It's so stupid how locked in the ecosystem is with printers. It's like the worst thing in tech I ever have seen when it comes to locking people into an ecosystem. It's worse than Apple. Oh, eLife. Manjaro, everyone's next favorite hating distribution. Oh, wait. Ubuntu 18.04, end of life. Now you should move to Windows. Yeah, everything about printers are fucking ass, man. That's the only problem I had, was that sound issue. And it was only when I plugged in the screen for the first time. Then I just had to go up here and go in here and then select another output, and then that was it. This is running in a virtual machine, but... Oh, that's another thing I'm thinking about from all the amazing donations I've gotten lately. Buying a capture card so I can capture my laptops and display them on stream instead of a virtual machine sometimes. So if, you know, I can boot up my Windows, or not my Windows, my Ubuntu laptop, and I can just, you know, I can stream that. Or I can stream my development laptop, and then I can develop for that one and stuff like that. So I don't have to do it via, what's the word? Like a virtual desktop kind of thing. And if I wanted to, I can connect my console to it and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm thinking about getting a capture device. You can just do so much more with it, basically. Heck, I could even fucking connect my phone to it if I wanted to. But then I'm not like... Because virtual machines can sometimes be a bitch when it comes to like some distributions and or Windows. So I could have a laptop that was just like a streaming laptop where I had like Windows on that one, then I plugged it into the capture device and stream from that. And all I need is like a 1080p output because I'm not gaming or anything like that. And I'm uploading with like 40 megabytes per second because of fucking YouTube compression algorithm anyway. You know. Yeah, so I have no porn on those. My Ubuntu machine is not for personal use, and my development laptop is for development and traveling. So there's no personal shit on it. Other than anything that's related to like what you would call work environmental stuff, you know. I have chinks porn, furry porn for days. But we don't talk about that. Yeah, I have separated the... Yeah, I have different computers depending on what porn I'm watching. Yeah, like the printer world is a fucking... Well, I think it's because mostly people that are printers nowadays are businesses, and it's super easy to get businesses to pay more money than they need for something. Because they don't pay taxes on it in a lot of times, and they just have more money to throw around, and then them spending, you know, 500, maybe not 5, but, you know, them spending like $30, $40, $50 is nothing. And those are the people that they're counting on. I used to love Manjaro. Look. The worst thing you can do with Manjaro is enabling the AUR, though. I will say that for the most part, I've had a good experience with Manjaro. It's also a really old distribution now. From Germany. Yeah, I hate that also, Jinx. I'm a decent cook. I should cook for you. I can cook some Danish food. Manjaro Gnome is the best distribution I ever used. Maybe I should try and download it and install it in a virtual machine. Nah, I've never had that many problems with Manjaro. I honestly have not. If you stay away from the AUR as much as possible. Well, if you are going to be my neighbor, I have to be a proper Danish guy and give you some food, you know. Do they have physical offices now? Like, Philip Müller, he's actually a cool dude. I like him a lot. Do we have roads? Do you think we are heathens? Of course we have roads. Actually, super good roads, to be honest. Like, we have some of the best roads in Scandinavia. Endeavor is... I've used Endeavor OS a lot, and I love the Endeavor. I love the team, and I love the distribution. The boats are not for roads, you know. Boats are for the sea. I don't know how you will sail on a boat on a road. You are scaring me now. Do I need to find Chloe and come and have an intervention for you? That's true, Michael. Yeah. You legally can't talk about it. Welcome back, Command. Oh, well, me. I'm the Danish Trump, then. Yeah, Sparky. You want me to log in? Fuck you. Wait, no GitHub? Star Labs! Exactly, things. Only in Denmark. And if you're not driving on Danish roads, we're going to tariff the living shit out of you. Because we care about the Danish roads, the Danish people. Tariffs will make Denmark great again. Coming soon with this space. What is it? Oh, device partner program. Hey, you are more than welcome. If you move to my city, because we are like... We're not a super big city, but we have like a university and stuff like that, so we have a lot of Polish people here. Like, we have a lot of Polish people in my area. Because we are probably the closest to Poland where you can actually get like decent living, decent education and stuff like that. So we have a lot... Like, where I work is probably... I would say primarily fucking Polish people working there now, when I'm thinking about it. Like, being Danish in the company I work for, you're a minority. Being Danish in a Danish company, I know a few words, but I would love to learn Polish. I would love to learn Polish. I find it an interesting language. What the fuck is Blue Star again? I can't remember that one. Wait, Tuxedo? Is this? I thought they killed that off. I kinda low-key wants to install Debian again. No, I never tried Taco Bell chips. Now you're making me hungry. Yeah, Spain is a weird place, man. I kinda want to move there, but I don't want to deal with the bureaucracy and shit like that. The Netherlands is just super expensive, I've heard. I do kinda want to go to, like, Italy, maybe? Maybe Italy would be nice. Portugal, maybe? I just want a warmer climate. I'm not good with the cold and the darkness we have here in winter. I think I would, Jinx. I think I would, yeah. That also probably, yeah. I kind of want to be honest. Yeah, that's what I like. Real Italian food, I really would love that. Yeah, they do have great food in Spain. Yeah. Or Greece. Oh. But if I'm ever coming to Spain, you have to show me around, Jinx. Yeah, I think I would love Greece a lot. I like the mentality, I like the history, and I love the food. It's that computer company that also made an OS. The German Iceland, yeah. Oh, well, ketchup they would probably be angry about, but not so much about the pineapple thing. It's more overblown than you think. No, we don't eat that. Yeah, I do know Italian gets cold, but not as cold as in Denmark. Like, we get, like, we also have longer, it's not so much the cold as it's the short days. Had it been cold or chilly, but we had a lot of sun, I would be fine with it. It's just that, like, for like a month or two, we only have like 5 or 6 hours of actually sunlight. And I don't like that. I don't like being in the dark that much. Because, you know, I like in the day, I like sun. It makes me feel good. It makes me happy. You know. Maybe I should try. They look like HP laptops. Maybe I should try it and get one of these. Also, this is a super low-res picture, by the way. Yeah, but it's not the same having a sun lamp and all that fucking shit. It's not the same, man. You know, I want to go out in nature, you know. I kind of miss having someone to go out in nature with. It's fucking irritating to do that alone, but, you know, I like going for walks. Yeah, I have to look into those places, things. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I hate winter. Well, I'm not a Linux YouTuber, but I love being outside. I love nature. I used to go for hours into the woods and just fucking get lost in there and, you know, just explore the world. Military notebooks, okay. No. Norway it's too cold up there, man. There's too much snow and it's too cold. I worked in Norway and yeah, it's not for me. They have great food in Norway though. But yeah, Norway's definitely not for me. It's taking a long ass time to calculate my fucking currency. Come on, bitches. Kosovo. Yeah, I would probably get in shape if I went to Kosovo. Holy shit, that's expensive. That's almost the same price as a fucking, like... This is almost the same price as a MacBook Air. And with worse specs. Oh, I have to look at this. This is not good. Okay, this is a little bit better. Still super expensive, though. Only 5 hours of work? What? This battery life is fucking appalling. Yeah, so is System 76. These are the same computers as System 76. Yeah, take care, Lamer. Oh, I have a ThinkPad. I bought a new ThinkPad for almost no money. if you spec it without Windows and a lot of things you don't need, you get it, and you buy your RAM yourself, you get it super fucking cheap. Wait, it's just like it's not even fucking opening them in a new window. What? This just looks like a fucking Lenovo. Up to 5. This is so bad nowadays. Like even a fucking like Dell HP and like a modern 1 HP Dell Lenovo gets more than 5 hours. Like, let's see how much this is. Yeah, so I got a Lenovo almost with the same specs besides the Intel. And I paid... €400 for it or something like that. For €500. This is too expensive. Too expensive. Yeah, they are too expensive, man. I thought it would be cheaper if you got fucking Linux on it, but no. Oh, this one is giving you 13 hours of battery life. Now we're talking, bitches. How much will this be? Are you fucking with me? Are you fucking with me? It's German. I don't want German. I need the Danish one. Yeah, this is super expensive. Well, you do get like a decent screen, but it's still super expensive. I think it is Jinx, but I don't know. I have not watched the Linux experiment in, God knows, a long time. Yeah, they are too fucking expensive, man. You know what? Go on to Lenovo's website, spec out a computer, and remove Windows. That would be a way better deal for you. And you're going to pay like 30% less or something like that. With a bigger battery in it. So I get about maybe 7 to 8 hours out of mine. If I'm just developing. 7 to 8 hours, yeah. If I'm just developing. I'll probably get like maybe 5 if I'm watching YouTube and stuff like that. And it has I think it's the previous no, it has 7000 series AMD, so previous gen AMD. Are you going to eat, Jinx? What are you eating? I want pictures of what you're eating. I want to see what you're stuffing your face with. I always will misbehave. I want a burrito. Show me the burrito. The burritos. Burritos. I do have some panini bread that I need to warm up for later today. All I got today, I've eaten yet today, is a little bit of pudding and 2 muesli bars. And a small bag of candy I had laying around. Yeah, I think you probably have like a Norwegian or something like that. But yeah, I'm thinking about getting that capture device. The screen is not too bad though. Everything is expensive nowadays. Yeah, this is what I'm getting with brightness at 85% with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and with keyboard lights on. I also have like a 50 something watt battery in it, I think. Yeah, I went shopping and I was just like, oh, what the fuck do I want to eat today? And I was like, yeah. So I bought some panini pre-made bread with fillings that I just need to warm up. Because I knew I wanted to live stream, so I will have them after the live stream. And I'm like, I need something, midday-ish, because I went out shopping in the morning. So like, yeah, they had some muesli bars on sale, and they had some pudding on sale, so I just bought a few puddings and muesli bars. And then they had like like food waste, so they had like super cheap candy. Normally I don't buy candy, but it's like, yeah, I can. It's been a long time, so I ate that, but that was like 12 o'clock today. So no, like candy. I do like food over candy, but I was just like, hey, fuck it, you know. And they're using DDR4. I have DDR5 in mine. The fuck? Yeah, this is like a soup. Like, oh, candy is super expensive now in Denmark. Like, I'm not joking. It is normally expensive. That's why when it's on sale, I tend to buy it because it's so super expensive. How is this so fucking expensive? I kind of want this one though. Penguin toy. Well, it is made in German and... Yeah. Oh, here it's expensive all the fucking time. Sadly enough. I do like that they have that control center thingy. I kind of want to buy one just to, you know, just to get a feel from it. Accessories, what do you have up there? Yeah, I want to look into this. I want to see what I can get. Let's do all notebooks. Price. Expensive though. It weighs about the same as my laptop I have right now. I have a more better screen on mine also. Bigger, better battery. And it's still DDR4. Fuck me. Do I save money if I do without Linux? It don't matter. One to 3 weeks. Wow. You can configure it, but not that much. Only RAM and fucking storage, apparently. You don't save that much going without an NVMe. No, it just seems like a stock standard off-the-shelf computer, to be honest, that's just pre-installed Linux on it. And here's the thing. You can get it less expensive on Lenovo's website with Ubuntu on it. You can get Ubuntu installed on Lenovo's laptops. And the build quality will more likely be better. Battery life better. External water cooler. Okay. I kind of low-key want to like them, but... Oh, System 76 are also expensive. I actually think System 76 is more expensive than these people here. Anyway, Jinx has made me hungry. I need to make some food now, so I think I'm going to leave for today and enjoy some Easter time. I think you guys should do that also. Get some food in my belly before I have to go to bed. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for stopping by. I may stream a lot this Easter. Of course, I haven't edited a video yet. That's why I'm streaming today. You got 2 last week, so... Yeah, but I may edit a video also and either upload that at the end of the week or then maybe one like Wednesday next week when we go back to work. But yeah, see you all later. Have a good time. Enjoy.